Chair, you have a live mic.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the BCC meeting. We have a full agenda today. We're going to get some work done today. I just want to remind everyone to please silence your cell phone if you have not. And if you're signed up to public speak, you got 3 minutes to do so. At the 2.5 minute mark, the yellow light will go off. And when the red light goes off, we're going to do the next speaker. So be prepared for that. We have a lot to do today. Looking forward to it. And with that, let's get started with the Lord.
Commissioners, we have our invocation led today by Pastor Heath Jarvis from Faith Church Naples, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Ben Mango, 97 years young, Army 1946 to 1949, glider, anti-tank, and airborne training for potential action in Russia. And he says he's thankful that he didn't see action, but perhaps Patton was right.
Good morning, everyone. Let's pray. Father in heaven, we thank you for this opportunity to come together today as the leadership of Collier County. We are so thankful and so blessed, Lord, to live in one of the most beautiful places on earth. First of all, Lord, we want to pray for protection for all of those who are in the path of Hurricane Helene. Lord, we ask you to lead and guide people to safety and also help people to prepare for what's coming ahead. Now, Lord, today there's going to be issues that are presented that many people here have emotional investment in. So I pray that a spirit of peace and understanding falls over this all over this place as ideas are presented and discussed. And more importantly, Lord, I pray that only the ideas which line up with your will receive any implementation. In short, Lord, I ask that you do what you do best. Make crooked paths straight. Open the eyes and ears of those who can't see or hear. Shut the mouths of lions. And let your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done.
Commissioners, agenda changes for September 24th, 2024. First is to move item 17A to 9F. This is a placement issue as it has companion items on the regular agenda. This is a recommendation to approve VAC PL 2023-0007642 to disclaim, renounce, and vacate the county and public interest in the 10-foot wide public road right-of-way easement over the westerly 10 feet of Tract A1 as described in Official Record Book 1476, page 242. Of the public records of Collier County, Florida, located approximately 2,000 feet south of Immokalee Road and 1,000 feet west of Richard Street in Section 25, Township 48, South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. This is being moved at staff's request. This will become item 9F. Second is to move item 16A2 to 11H. This is a recommendation to approve an agreement for sale and purchase under the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Program with Mark Radel for a 1.14 acre parcel at a cost of $33,060 and Council Seepersad for a 1.14 acre parcel at a cost of $24,910 for a total cost not to exceed $61,020 inclusive of closing costs. This item is being moved at Commissioner LaCastro's request. Item 11B will be heard at 10 a.m. This is a recommendation to receive additional information regarding intersection safety and countermeasures that may assist in reducing red light running. This is being brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders. We do have an add-on item that is 5A. This is an update on potential Tropical Cyclone 9 from Dan Summers. And a couple of notes. Item 9D is a companion of item 9E. Those are actually both coming up on a future agenda. The signal the signed fourth extension for item 16F4 and amendment was attached after the agenda was published. And in addition, item 16F1, we added Commissioner McDaniel's performance evaluation after the agenda was published, but it has been made part of the public record. With that, we have court reporter breaks at 10:30 and again at 2:50. And County Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioners, ex parte on the consent and summary, as well as any other changes.
Mr. Kowal.
I have no changes, but I do have emails on item 17C on the summary.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, on the ex parte, there were quite a few, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing one. On item 17E, I had some telephone calls. This is the Golden Gate Golf Course Mixed-Use Plan Unit Development, and no other disclosure. Mr. Chairman, I do have a flurry of emails in reference to item 16B6, and I think they're speakers, so I don't know what we want to do with that.
We're going to do that here in just a second.
Okay. Then, other than getting back to that item, I have no other
All right, great.
changes.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I as well have ex parte meetings and emails on 17E. You want to manage 16B6 now, or you want to go through the rest of us?
I got one change that I want to bring to the agenda, and then we'll do the public comment for 16B.
Well, my thought was if we were of the mood to continue 16B6 and have it come back as an actual public hearing, we could necessarily hear from everybody that was interested in that one and actually have a hearing. I wasn't really interested in doing it today, but continuing that item.
Troy, how many speakers do we have on 16B6?
I have 3 in the room and 2 on Zoom.
We'll just do that today then.
Okay. So we want to move it up, or you want to
Yeah,
just?
I'll pull it.
Okay.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Okay, on consent and summary, I actually had a short meeting on 17A because I had a question about it. And on 17E, I had meetings and emails. And on 17F, I had a meeting.
And I have meetings on 17A as well, and no other ex parte. And if it would please the board, I would like to entertain bringing to have some discussion on 16D5. That's the 1.7 million for David Lawrence Center. To pull that off, bring it up.
Yes, sir. I believe that makes that item 11I.
11I.
Yes, sir.
All right, Troy, let's get to the public comment on the consent agenda.
Yes, sir. 16B6, your first speaker is Trent Waterhouse. He'll be followed by Tony DeRico.
Other way around.
Other way around.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Tony DeRico. I am the president of Pelican Bay Foundation. We were surprised to learn that item 16B6 was placed on your consent agenda this morning. This action is counter to what was previously communicated to the foundation, and we believe is a direct violation of a PUD ordinance under section 12.03 requiring a public hearing on the matter. While we fully understand that the county may or may not be swayed by the wishes of the affected parties, on behalf of my board of directors and the 15,000 residents that reside in Pelican Bay, I respectfully request that this item is removed from the consent agenda and heard at a duly noticed public meeting. Thank you for your service to the community, and I cede the remainder of my time to Trent Waterhouse.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good to see you again. I'm here today requesting item 16B6 be removed from today's consent agenda. It's a recommendation from County Transportation to install a connection between Seagate Drive and Creighton Road, which would create the 12th public entrance into Pelican Bay. Commissioner Hall, you've previously referred to this new bicycle path as fixing a safety issue. It actually creates a larger safety issue by directing cyclists down Creighton Road in Pelican Bay, which has no bicycle sharrows, no bicycle path, no yellow center line, no stop signs, and no traffic lights due to how narrow that road is. This is the only road to exit Pelican Bay for the cars from 900 residents who live along this stretch of Creighton Road. The safest bike path to use is Myra Janko Daniels Boulevard. It is 0.2 of a mile further east. This route has bike sharrows and the necessary traffic lights and stop signs to ensure safe turns for bicyclists and motorists as they share the road. MJD is already used by Naples Pathway Coalition, Naples Velocycling Groups, and Commissioner Hall himself. The MJD bike route has no incremental cost to Collier County and is supported by the surrounding churches, residents, and commercial neighbors. Pelican Bay fully supports bicycle and pedestrian safety, security, and stewardship within our 3 square miles of the PUD. However, there are 14 organizations that remain opposed to this new bike pathway, as they were in May of 2024. The Pelican Bay Foundation, $8 billion in property tax value, 70% of those property tax revenues that go to the general Collier County Fund. The Pelican Bay President's Council, representing our 90 neighborhood associations. The Pelican Bay Property Owners Association, with 3,000 residents and 1,200 registered voters who are concerned about their property rights and their property valuations. The Pelican Bay Services Division, who is responsible for the management of the Pelican Bay Natural Resource Protection Area. Artist Naples, the Naples Grand Resort. This pathway will be intersected by their new building that is planned. There is also a permissive use easement issue. The Naples United Church of Christ, Seagate Elementary School, St. William's Church, Waterside Shops, Naples City Council, who is discouraging more bicycle traffic on the narrow neighborhood streets west of US 41, the Collier MPO Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Council, which supports Livingston Road as the north-south route, the Seagate Neighborhood Association, and the Park Shore Neighborhood Association. Collier County Ordinance 04-59, passed and duly adopted on the 21st of September in 2004, states, rights of way for the extension of Creighton Road into Pelican Bay shall be dedicated as part of platting. However, the construction of the Creighton Road connection shall not be authorized until a public hearing is held with due public notice to receive input from surrounding property owners. No such properly noticed public meeting has been held, nor has any independent traffic study been conducted to document and validate the safety issue commented on by Commissioner Hall. No environmental study, noise study, or financial feasibility study has been completed. A March 2024 Collier MPO Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee survey does not list Seagate Creighton intersection as an urgent need for safety improvements. Gopher tortoise, little blue heron, and red-cocketed woodpecker are protected species documented within the Natural Resource Protection Area. As part of Pelican Bay's unique environmental stewardship duties, the Foundation has been vigilant in preserving its legal right to protect and preserve the NERPA, and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection has acknowledged its legal right to do so. Please remove item 16B6 from today's consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Waterhouse.
for everything you do to keep Collier County the best place to work.
Your
live,
next
and play.
speaker is Scott Schultz. He'll be followed on Zoom by Susan O'Brien. I'd like to remind our Zoom speakers, when you're prompted to unmute, please do so promptly.
Good morning, Commissioners. I appreciate the time to visit with you here. I'm not coming to speak about the Collier County Coastal Storm Risk Management Ad Hoc Advisory Committee, which is a mouthful, but I am here to join with the folks from Pelican Bay in regards to the bike path. I live right around the corner from that, and that is a nasty intersection when season comes. The people from out of town, they come rolling in and just don't pay attention to stop signs whatsoever. Now you have people in my building in particular that are getting up in years, 80, 85, and they still drive, but they're sort of blinded. At night, there's shadows between 5 and 6. I went personally and walked the territory where this bike path is going to be. I was told by a commissioner that the wear on the one side was much too so that it needs to be a sidewalk. I looked at that but totally different. The people that come buzzing through that cul-de-sac area could simply just go to the left and exit through the parking lot. But by going up that hill, they're going to have to go over these roots of 2 trees that are huge that are going to have to be cut down if you want to put a sidewalk there. So we've got a number of issues. You can see that there's nowhere on the street side, where, W-E-A-R, on the street side on Seagate Drive. You can't see it, but I understand that it's there. It wasn't long ago that I approached Commissioner Colwell about that same intersection, as he's my commissioner. It pertains to putting up a light signal. It was explained to me why that was not practical nor feasible, and I respect that. But there should be better markings because there are a lot of senior citizens back there. In my building alone, there's 93 residents, and right now, there's only 11 in the building. So we would be able to get a whole lot more bodies here when season comes into play. So I would encourage you to take this off the agenda for today and have a separate hearing on it. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Unrelated to what you just got done talking about. You made mention when we spoke yesterday about prepayment that's already been accomplished by the folks that live in your subdivision about the burying of the power lines. Can we ask that staff do a look into that with FPL to find out why that hasn't been accomplished? If I heard you correctly, there was quite a bit of money that was already paid for the relocation of those power lines, and it's not yet accomplished, nor have we heard any reason why.
That is correct. And there was a vote on the ballot for all the residents that live back in Naples K and Seagate, and unanimous. It's like 70%, so it's not quite unanimous, but close, as it pertains to that. So
That's fine. I don't want to belabor that point.
we paid $4,000.
I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to give direction to staff to look into it and get us a report back.
Thank you. We've prepaid already, so again, thank you for your time.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Susan O'Brien. She will be followed also on Zoom by Elizabeth Schultz. Susan, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. There you are. Well, you keep unmuting and then remuting. We'll give this one more shot, Susan. There you go. Are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. As you know, Commissioner Hall proposed constructing a bike path at Creighton Road and Seagate Drive several months ago. The Pelican Bay community pushed back on this proposal because it was being sought by a dozen or so cyclists, including Commissioner Hall, who were seeking a shortcut through Pelican Bay. And also, this bike path was not part of Collier County's short or long-term plans to improve bike safety in the county. The proposal was withdrawn. Now, with 80% of Pelican Bay residents not in Naples, Commissioner Hall has placed this proposal on the consent agenda. Please request that this item be removed from the consent agenda and placed as a regular agenda item on a BCC meeting during the upcoming season, so all interested Pelican Bay members will have an opportunity to speak before the BCC takes action. One of the strengths of this BCC is your commitment to allow those most affected by your decisions an opportunity to speak at your public meetings before you take action. Please continue this citizen-friendly practice by rescheduling this agenda item. Thank you very much.
Your next and final speaker on this item is Elizabeth Schultz. Elizabeth, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Elizabeth, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Schultz. I am president of the Pelican Bay Property Owners Association, and we approximately have 1,200 members, and we are getting an overwhelming response in the spring and now at this time of members that are opposed to the opening of this pathway. We are asking that the BCC please remove this from the agenda today until a public hearing can be held. Thank you.
All right, and we've had one other speaker join here, Mr. Commissioner Chairman Hall, Ann Gregor Harris. And you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. And you have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Ann Georgia Harris, and I wanted to say that this is not a good time to be considering something that is so impactful for Pelican Bay residents. Pelican Bay residents are not in attendance. I am the vice president of the Pelican Bay Property Owners Association, and I was only made aware of this item being on the agenda yesterday. I just had not noticed it on the BCC agenda. So there's others that don't know that it was on the agenda too. I'm not the only person that doesn't know. So what I'm saying is I think we need to sincerely and absolutely take that item off the consent agenda and go with the proposition, the proposal, or the situation in our PUD, which provides for that not being opened up unless there's a public hearing. I'm unaware of there ever having been a public hearing. I think we need to have a public hearing, and I think that's the way to do it. I think the public hearing should be scheduled sometime January through March when we have the majority of Pelican Bay residents are in attendance. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our public speakers on item 16B6.
Great. So thank you for the speakers. And when I brought this forward, I wasn't trying to ramrod anything. To me, it's common sense. And instead of getting into it right now, I think we will just go ahead and postpone this if it's fine with everybody else, and bring it back to a public hearing. We can have full discussion, full disclosure.
In November.
In November is not going to happen because you're going to be hunting.
Yeah.
That's an incorrect statement. It is an environmental wildlife survey.
There we go. But no, I'll bring it back, and we'll have a full discussion on one condition, that the people of Pelican Bay can treat this with respect and dignity, and I will listen to everything. I've never been treated more rudely in the 2 years that I've been here when I had my town hall. If they can commit to that, I'll commit to postpone this and bring it back, and we'll have a great discussion instead of a mean-spirited, accusatory, we're going to sit up here and listen, but you have a chance to be effective, and you also have a chance to be ineffective. So with that, County Manager, let's just strike this from the consent agenda today, and we'll bring this back at a later date when everybody's here and we can have a good discussion.
Yes, sir. We'll continue it to a future meeting. One other housekeeping matter: when Dan, sorry, I just promoted him. When Director Summers comes up to give his presentation on the potential storm, we do have a local state of emergency prepared for your discussion. So, County Attorney Klatskow, if you could just advise the board of the procedure for that so that we don't have to reconvene another meeting.
Well, the process is that you find enough reasons to declare the emergency declaration. We would also have companion items to that for looting and what have you. Should be like 4 or 5 documents. I would suggest we do it today because otherwise, if this hurricane changes course, we're going to have to bring in.
So Mr. Summers has been working on those. We'll be able to address that as part of his presentation, but we want to make that note for the record so that when we approve the changes to the agenda, that's also noted. And with that,
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as changed, as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved.
Commissioners, if you'd like to take the minutes of 2A, 2B, and 2C, so that's the August 13th, 2024 BCC minutes, the August 27th, 2024 BCC minutes, and the September 5th, 2024 BCC budget hearing minutes, if you'd like to take them in as one motion.
All at once, I'll make a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Very good. That brings us to item 3, awards and recognitions. We have several employees here today. Our first employee, a 20-year attendee, is Alina Gonzalez from Facilities Management. Congratulations. $25, Michael Stone, Road, Bridge, and Stormwater Maintenance. Congratulations.
might be busy this week.
Yeah. Get the diesel loaded up.
Our 30-year awardee is somebody we all know and love, Mike Asario, Parks and Recreation. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Go Navy. I thought we fired you.
Just buried.
He was asking to be.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 4, proclamations. Item 4A is a proclamation designating October 11th, 2024 as Big Cypress National Preserve Day. It will be accepted by Tom Forsyth, Big Cypress National Preserve Superintendent. Congratulations. Here he comes.
I'm over there making notes and not writing down. I'm down. I'm down. I'll bring my buggy. If you'll let me go off-road, I'll bring my buggy.
How do you turn? Oh, we're good. Okay. Whenever you want to, Bill, come on down.
Okay.
I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners for recognizing 50 years of protecting and stewarding this public land as a unit of the National Park Service. Big Cypress National Preserve, 730,000 acres, largely within Collier County, home of the Florida panther, tip of the spear on the research on the python, and just a good place to go hang out on an airboat or a swamp buggy or maybe do some wildlife surveys. We have a big celebration going on this fall, so we invite all of you and all the Collier County residents to come out and visit us, whether it's night sky programs with our rangers or the Swamp Heritage Festival, which is going to be a big good time. So I invite all of you to come out, find the park that's in your backyard, unit of the National Park Service, Big Cypress National Preserve. Thank the commissioners once again for this proclamation recognizing the 50th anniversary. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for what you do.
Item 4B is a proclamation recognizing 25 years of service and achievement of the Collier County Adult Felony Drug Court to be accepted by Judge Janice Martin, presiding judge. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
As well, dear.
Commissioners, Ms. County Manager, good morning, and I know you all have a lot to do, so I'll keep it very brief, but thank you all so much for the proclamation and the recognition, and thank you all those of you who were able to join us last Tuesday for the celebration. It meant the world to all of the moms and dads and sons and daughters and brothers and sisters, employees and employers that we have served over our 25 years in trying to turn their lives around and become productive members of our community. Your support means the world to all of us, and so we thank you for that continued support.
Commissioners, if we could get a motion to accept the proclamations?
So moved.
Second.
Moving second to accept the proclamations. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Very good. That brings us to our add-on item 5A. This is an update on potential Tropical Cyclone 9 from Dan Summers, your Director of Emergency Management.
Commissioners, good morning. For the record, Dan Summers, Director of Emergency Management. And before I kick off our discussion real quick, I want to take a minute and thank the emergency management team. We just finished Saturday relocation to our logistics support center at the Emergency Services Center now. We borrowed a lot of help and favors and friends to help get that relocation done concurrently with making sure that we had a high readiness posture for the remainder of the hurricane season. So a big thanks to my team and the facilities team, project management team that help us get into that facility. It's not quite ready for prime time yet, you know, when you unload and move boxes, but we'll have our work finished soon, and we'll have you over to show the success and the new capability that Collier County has. So big thank you for that. Let's jump right in. Just a couple of things I want to highlight. I want to just go over lifelines with you real quick. The state of Florida Governor DeSantis did declare an executive order for about 37 some counties involved with potential Hurricane Helene. Some timeline issues. Obviously, we like to discuss stormwater. Ms. Lisa Keeler is here, as well as Trinity, to discuss stormwater operations, and then we'll talk a little bit about general operational concerns. There are placeholders here for the sheriff, for the school system, utilities, Florida Department of Health, or municipalities, if there's anything they would like to add to the discussion. And of course, as County Attorney Klatskow said, my recommendation to move forward with a local state of emergency. Our community lifelines, I introduced this the last time that we met, I believe, during Hurricane Debbie, just to let you know that basically our badges here, our merit badges, are all green, meaning that things are operational. Energy, power, and fuel is just something we're going to monitor carefully here for the next week or so. We've already engaged discussions with Florida Power and Light, who now has 7,000 personnel in staging for this event. Food and water, everything is normal operations, however, and we'll talk about the storm track associated with this discussion, but right now it is my continued hope. We know hope's not a planning strategy, but it's our continued hope that this forecast allows us an opportunity not to open shelters, not to have mandatory evacuations, et cetera. It doesn't mean that we're not going to be subject to some storm surge discussions, obviously, but hopefully because of lower wind speeds and the present track, and again, everything has an asterisk or a question mark at this point, but hopefully that this becomes an event that does not have direct impact to Southwest Florida. Moving on, all of our medical systems are in good shape. We've spoken with our hospital partners, our Florida Department of Health, so everything is green in that area, and as you might expect, some transportation delays in the next few days. We'll see how that all plays out. Governor DeSantis declared issued the executive order yesterday. Collier County is included in that, and we've been in very close coordination calls with the state EOC twice a day in making sure that resources and opportunities for tactical movement were in place. I'm very pleased with the state of Florida's response at this point, with contractors as well as guard resources being readily available. There's a big discussion of a lot of the East Coast counties, if they're not impacted, as well as some of us that might get by without any impacts, making sure that some of our rural counties and fiscally constrained counties can request some mutual aid from local government units, as we have typically done. We started the discussion on the 23rd. The advisories continue. As you know, we got the tropical storm watches issued yesterday. We continue to watch the radar. The big fear, obviously, is the opportunity for this storm to escalate quickly, not only in forward motion, but intensity as well as breadth. And we'll see how that track continues to hold. Again, our rule of thumb is we're going to monitor the track. A forecast is a forecast is a forecast, but historically we know that if we see even little shifts in this storm track, it can have some pretty significant impacts on our storm surge inundation. We will continue to keep our fingers crossed too that we don't get anything that approaches hurricane wind speeds. Some takeaways real quick. Again, the highest probabilities of tropical storm force winds are along the Gulf Coast. We also know that, again, there is this potential for a very large storm, meaning large impacts. Must be mindful that a shift in the forecast track could change our impacts. And one of the reasons that I am moving forward with a request for the local state of emergency is we want to make sure that we can completely operate quickly should we have a meteorological surprise here in the next 24 to 48 hours. Again, it's all part of being properly postured. A quick situation overview. We saw a little bit of improvement yesterday in some of the storm surge inundation. I say improvement, a reduction in those levels. There were some 4 to 6 foot discussions yesterday with some preliminary model runs. That's now down to 2 to 4 feet, but that again is subject to change based on the track and based on ultimate intensity. So that's a quick summary of the timing that we expect some of these impacts. Wind impacts below 57 miles per hour are tropical storm, and as you know, we can get some 50-mile-an-hour winds in a severe thunderstorm. But this is the model guidance that was provided at 5 a.m. this morning, looking at tropical storm force winds potential. Again, we use the word potential, a moderate amount of, a moderate level of agreeing with the impacts. But the vulnerability is yet really to be determined based on track. Wind impacts above 58 miles per hour, this is good if this track holds. And as you can see that Collier County would really be on the fringe, or as the Hurricane Center has mentioned, less than 1 in 10 chance across South Florida of anything above 58 miles per hour. And again, that is something that we can reasonably tolerate wind-wise. Doesn't mean there couldn't be a power pole or a tree down, but generally speaking, something like this does not force us into any evacuation or relocation efforts. Storm surge threats right along our immediate coast. And as of course we are watching tides, again, forward motion will impact timing and tides will go together in this particular environment, so we'll have to just kind of wait and see. The 2 to 4 feet, in my opinion, is something that we can generally tolerate. Doesn't mean there won't be some occasional impacts, localized road flooding, maybe a little bit of flooding down in Everglades City, but it's not something that we anticipate staying for a long period of time. Again, all of this remains track and tide dependent. So the final takeaways: strong wind gust, storm surge flooding is possible, freshwater flooding, the rainfall again will change, the rainfall estimates. The good news certainly is that we've had a couple of dry days, although we have had a very wet summer. We can't rule out tornadic activity anytime these thunderstorms or bands come across our area, and certainly it remains dangerous for our marine interest. I'll turn it over to Lisa Keeler, is here from the Water Management District, our right arm partner in all of these activities, and she can talk a little bit about the status of the district.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Keeler, South Florida Water Management District. We have started making room in the canals starting Sunday, so a couple days ago. This morning, especially with the low tide, we are taking advantage of those releases, and most of our canal systems are below our normal operating criteria. So we're in really good shape for this predicted rain event. As Dan always says, we have to keep in mind the predictions, and we're in good shape. So I think, as long as everything continues on the path that it currently is on, we're well situated. We've been working very closely with your Collier County staff in streets and stormwater and coordinating, excuse me, all of those releases. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, thank you. A few years ago, we had a discussion about water from Bonita Springs being kind of focused back towards Collier County.
Yes.
And I know that we had a lot of discussion about whether there might be something done that would impact Collier County in a very negative way. And my understanding is that was resolved. But can you elaborate on that, or if not today, at some point? Because
No,
obviously it's
absolutely. I can answer that for you. So we set up a series of criteria, both for downstream areas and the areas that would be directly impacted along Logan Boulevard. So there are certain things that have to happen. One is you have to have a declared state of emergency first before Bonita would be allowed to pump. Our canal levels have to be below where they would normally be so we could accept any discharges from Bonita Springs. Our downstream levels, so areas, say from Goodlet, Frank to the coast, have to be in acceptable ranges as well. If there's downstream flooding, I can't take additional water from Bonita Springs and put into those areas. So basically it has to be perfect conditions for us before we could accept any water from Bonita Springs.
So those of us in Collier County can rest assured that we're not going to have an issue in dealing with water from the north.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We're happy to see excess room in the canals. It's been deep for about 2 months.
It has. We've had above average rainfalls for this year, and we're lucky that we've had a couple of dry weeks moving into this, which is completely different than where we were for Tropical Storm Debbie. So I think in much better shape than we were a month ago.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Lisa.
Thank you.
Trinity Scott, Transportation Management Services Department Head. In coordination with the Big Cypress Basin, we actually started drawdowns last week. Just knowing that we were dealing with some high tide situations and it would take us some time to be able to draw down. We're continuing those efforts and working with all of our folks to make sure that we have additional resources on staff throughout this event. And as always, for anyone who is seeing flooding, if their home or structure is at risk, please contact 311.
Thank you both. Some general operational concerns. The EOC, the Joint Information Center, the Hurricane Information Hotline activation timing has not yet been determined. Again, we don't want to overstaff. We don't want to understaff. We want to make sure that we're timing that associated with need. The EOC director, yours truly, and the county manager, we can activate and scale those resources at any time deemed necessary. So again, a lot of this track dependent, time dependent, as well as intensity. All general population shelter supplies are staged and in place. All of our special medical needs, things like oxygen, durable medical equipment, all of that equipment is also staged and ready for immediate deployment. We continue to remind our residents to subscribe to Alert Collier to keep that information going to you, and you can set that account up online as well as control the timing, the notifications that you wish to receive. There will be local government notifications as well as direct notifications from the National Weather Service, and be sure and acknowledge that call. If not, we'll call you again. The machine will call you again. Let me see if any of our partner agencies have anything to add. We had a 2 o'clock call yesterday with all of our partner agencies to kind of set the stage for the next few days. We'll continue those coordination calls at 2 o'clock every day. The agencies that we spoke with yesterday, including the municipalities, the sheriff, everyone is staged, in position, has their plans ready. And like us, we've really got to see what the ultimate track and intensity is going to be, and then be ready to react quickly. I sort of frame our operations posture as everything's ready to go except turn on the coffee pot. So other than that, we're ready to respond accordingly. I am requesting that you consider a local state of emergency. My thanks to County Attorney Jeff Glatskow, who pulled that together for us on short notice. Again, it just allows us the ability to move quickly. It supports our personnel. It supports mutual aid response, and also gives us the tools that if for some reason we get a big surprise or have to react quickly, the local state of emergency allows us to do that properly and efficiently and as cost effectively as we possibly can. I am not recommending any curfews or prohibitions with this local state of emergency. This is just to put the framework in place. If we have to escalate to some of those curfews or restrictions, prohibitions, et cetera, working through the county manager, I believe we can convey that to you and get those approved, those subsequent resolutions approved, or have them approved as a contingency. And finally, again, reminding our guests and visitors and our residents to watch this storm carefully. We don't want a surprise. We want you to continue your individual and family hurricane preparedness. If you're in an extremely flood vulnerable location or storm surge vulnerable location, let's make sure that you have a plan to temporarily relocate. And I'll stop right there for questions or comments.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, well, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion that we authorize a declaration of emergency. And I would also like to designate yourself, Mr. Chair, to act as the liaison for the board with regard to any decision-making with regard to curfews and so on and so forth that need to be done. I know when Ian came through, I think I was the chair back in those days, and I did those things in abstention with the board, and then we brought it back after the fact. So as a portion of my motion, I'd like that to, if it isn't already clarified in the declaration of emergency, I'd like to have that added.
I've got Troy set up to give you the 4 documents that we'd like you to consider. The first one is the state of emergency declaration. It's on the overhead now. Troy, if you can scroll down. And if I can get a motion to approve this document.
So moved.
Second.
Move and second for this resolution. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is that also including me as the liaison?
We're getting that right here.
Okay.
The
Well, it was.
appropriations.
Troy's hitting buttons.
This gives staff the authority to start spending money should an event occur. And again, Troy, I'd ask you to scroll this down.
So moved.
Second.
Move and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Done.
Debris. The third one is for debris removal, which is probably the most important thing we do.
Depends on which end of the receiver you are.
Yeah, it's true.
So moved.
Second.
Move and second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I've got a fourth one here, and I know we did this differently in the past, but the last hurricane event we had with the curfew, the sheriff had difficulties in court enforcing it because it wasn't done by the entire board. So I would ask you to consider approving this document as well.
And that gives the responsibility to the chairman to make these decisions accordingly ratified by the board?
No, it declares a emergency curfew by the board. And again, the reason for this is that the sheriff had difficulty in court on our last hurricane event enforcing the curfew.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm not sure I understand what you just said. We are not declaring a curfew today, are we?
No, you're approving the form.
Yeah,
you're approving the curfew in the form, and if it's necessary, it'll be implemented.
Yes.
How does it get implemented?
The county manager will call the chair.
All right. Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure we're not.
That's what I was reading while Troy was scrolling, or whoever was scrolling there. It was Troy. So.
Where does it say we're going to have burritos in the shelter?
I thought we had tacos.
So no Doritos. So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of related items to really just get on the record. Dan, you talked about the close relationship that FPL is ready to go. A big chunk of my district falls under LCEC. So just for the record, for people that are watching, I didn't want, people in, Marco Island, Isles of Capri to be thinking, well, what about us? And Tricia Dorn is always incredibly responsive. So that's really just
I should have included
get it
him
in there.
as well, but I spoke with Trish yesterday.
Yeah, and I knew you did. To Ms. Patterson, obviously, if anything that we just approved has to go through the chairman and, he has the authority to speak on our behalf to keep things moving, then you'll shoot something out and go, guess what we just did, right? So that we will know that. To Trinity, you don't need to come to the podium, but, I obviously have some really significant low-lying areas in Goodland, on the way to Goodland, Henderson Creek, that roads that often flood even just in rainstorms. So those signage that we normally put out, just make sure it's not buried in the warehouse somewhere. And I know it's not, but I wanted to get that on the record that, we do an awful lot in my district in areas when there's not even a hurricane. It's just a king tide and heavy rain, and the roads are impassable, and we don't have the means to all of a sudden just raise all those roads and make them 15 feet higher. We've done that in some areas like the road to Goodland and whatnot, but just wanted to mention that. Also, for anybody that's watching, thinking that I want them to know that we've thought of that, and then. Lastly, for you, Dan, and this may sound tongue-in-cheek, but I think it's a great reminder to all when you talk about the difference between, if we do have to open up shelters, the difference between Love Boat and Lifeboat, because so many people run to the shelters thinking that it's going to be, hotel-like, atmosphere, and it really isn't. Give the short version of the difference, that when you pull the trigger on shelters, what they are and what they aren't, and then I have one more last comment after that.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. And again, our partnership with Collier County Schools is really what makes that evacuation shelter program work, along with county employees that work with school district personnel to basically open up the certain areas of the school and say, here is a spot. Here is a refuge. We encourage you, if you have to evacuate, you need to bring your own bedding. You need to bring your own snacks, your own medication, your own quiet games for the children, et cetera. So again, not everybody gets a cot. We do as best that we can to provide some basic supplies. The school system will do the very best it can with the resources it has for some basic food service. But again, what we are providing you is a sound structure and a basic refuge. And other than that, we're doing the very best that we can to get you out of harm's way.
Yeah, thank you. Lastly, I just want to remind the public that it doesn't take an evacuation for you to evacuate. And a perfect example, this happens a lot in my district. We all have elderly people or people with severe medical problems. So if you weren't told to evacuate, it doesn't look like the storm's even going to hit us. in a direct manner. But just like Mr. Summers said, a giant tree could fall on an electrical cable and all of a sudden blow out 10,000 homes that don't have power. And then we're immediately getting calls going, my husband's on an oxygen machine and you need to get LCEC over here immediately and restore power to my house. And it doesn't work that way. Sometimes we have major grids that blow out and put an entire neighborhood without power. And if you rely on power to keep yourself alive, these are the type of storms that you might want to consider going somewhere that has a less chance of losing power. Even a storm like this could blow out power for hours, for a day, even when we don't have the significant winds. And I've had that happen a lot in my district, and my phone blows up, and it's like, get Tricia Dorn from LCEC over here. We have a transformer that blew, and the reality is they don't run all over town restoring power to single homes because you had a medical crisis in your house that relied on power. You didn't have battery backup or generators, and now all of a sudden you're in an emergent crisis. So it's not just all about the evacuation, it's about your need on county resources to sustain yourself. And if you think that's a possibility of not being able to happen just due to a bad storm, then you need to have a backup plan of going somewhere.
A backup plan is mission critical, and you are correct. Our most critical special needs clients, we've already been checking on those. There's about a dozen or so that our Florida Department of Health, Collier, is checking on some of those clients. But you need to be as self-sufficient as you possibly can, and that in your hurricane kit is a minimum 7 days. And in a case like this, whether it's backup generator, backup battery power, or going in town to a hotel or family or friends is a much, much better option than going to a shelter for comfort and stress based on the resources that we have.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Summers, thank you. Lisa, thank you. County Attorney, thanks for the forward thinking. It's important to know that we're doing our best to be proactive and not reactive in these situations. So we appreciate the update. Thank you.
But Commissioners, one last comment on this. We are working through the final details on our sandbagging program. Once the locations and hours are determined, then we will put out a press release. We'll work with Mr. Mullins on that information for the public.
Good.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all.
Time certain.
Yes, sir. That brings us 3 minutes before our time certain, but I think we're ready to go. This is item 11B. This is a recommendation to receive additional information regarding intersection safety and countermeasures that may assist in reducing red light running. This item was brought to the agenda originally at Commissioner Saunders' request, and we are going to start the presentation, I believe, with Transportation. Trinity Scott, your department head from Transportation Management Services Department.
Once again, Trinity Scott. I'm going to be really quick and turn it over to Anthony Kawaja, our Chief Engineer, to begin our presentation.
Good morning. For the record, Anthony Kawaja, Chief Traffic Operation Engineer. We're back here today because you guys asked us to come back from the previous meeting, and we wanted to talk about intersection safety. The sheriff mentioned the 3 E's that governs intersection safety, which is enforcement, education, and engineering. A lot of people refer to a 4th E, which is emergency response, or EMS is another E, the 4th E, and that's, the quick they can respond, they can save lives and reduce the injuries at the scene. I wanted to assure you that we take a look at all the crashes within Collier County. This is a map that shows the last 10 years of crashes. It's a heat map, and you can tell it's, the more populated area is where most of the crashes occur within Collier County. I wanted to go over some of our fatality crashes that occurs within the county. This is going back 10 years, and that's from 2014. The orange line, which is the first line, the highest, is all of Collier County. That includes FDOT. It includes the 3 cities in Collier County. It includes Marco and the city of Naples, and of course Everglades. And the second line, which is that yellowish line, is county maintained roadways, and that's it drops down to a lower numbers. And the green are crashes that occurred at signalized intersections. And we are about 5 a year, it seems like. 5 too many, but it is, that's roughly what we get. I mean, our vision is 0 fatalities on our roadway system. Some of these intersections carry a lot of volume, and I just wanted to put some numbers. Like the intersection we're talking about today, Immokalee and Logan. This is 5 years of crash data on Immokalee and Logan. We had 123 crashes that occurred at that intersection. Prior to the fatal crash on September 5th, we had no fatalities in the past 10 years at this intersection. I just want to make sure I mention that. But if you look at the upper left side of the, most of the crashes, which is very typical for a signalized intersection, usually rear-end crashes. Most of the time it's a rear-end crash. Some right angle, people running the yellow or turning in front of each other. But that's a very typical crash data. I was getting to the volume. Like an intersection like Logan and Immokalee carries roughly 60,000 vehicles per day. Over a year, we carry over 20 million vehicles a year. So, the potential for a crash is, and a driver making a mistake is great, and it's going to happen. Just wanted to make sure we...
Anthony, what is the difference in the blue and the yellow?
Oh, sorry. The blue is property damage only crashes, and the yellow is crashes that caused an injury. When you guys asked us to come back, I know Commissioner McDaniel asked about the yellow and red at specifically that intersection, so I'm going to make sure I cover that. Commissioner Saunders, you asked us to how do we maintain the signals and make sure they are run properly, so I'm going to make sure to take a little bit of time to cover that. And what can be done to hopefully prevent future crashes like that. I always like to remind everybody that, hey, our focus is safety and capacity. Safety is our first priority. Regarding the yellow and or red clearances that we have at that approach, we have 4.8 seconds of yellow, which is enough time to we give 1.4 seconds for a driver to recognize that the light is changing, and then enough time for them to stop before they get to the stop bar. And that's the 4.8 seconds. And if they continued through, we designed for that, and we'll give them another 2.2 seconds to go through the intersections. Could somebody come after that time and still run a red light? Absolutely. We only can do so much with engineering, and we count on the driver to do their part. Your causes of a crash, we usually try to break them down into 4 different categories. Of course, the driver, are they driving safely? Are they following the rules of the roads? Are they driving at appropriate speed? Are they wearing their seat belts in case of an accident so it reduces the injury? Are they impaired or distracted? I tell you, distracted drivers lately are cause of a lot of crashes within the county. So the other part is the vehicle. Is the vehicle safe? Brakes are good. Windshield is good, clean. You can see driving appropriate speed. Is it maintained properly? So all these things are on the driver's side. On the vehicle side is also, some of them are the driver's responsibility to make sure that the vehicle is in good working condition. Our part is the roadway. This is where engineering, and to make sure the roadway is designed properly, the speed limit is posted appropriately and it meets the needs. The signs are in appropriate space and clean and erected correctly. We have appropriate side distance. Our signal timing is timed correctly and to accommodate the traffic flows in the area. It's very important that we spend a lot of time on signal timing. I mean, from what the minimum green should be, to what the yellow should be, to what the red should be, how much we allocate time to each movement. On Immokalee Road, we just completed a retiming program that we actually hired a consultant to retime Immokalee Road. And, it's at the end. So these consultants, they review our yellows and reds, they review the appropriate time of green time, and they reset the offsets so the signals can work better together. And of course, they do a lot of counts to make sure we are accommodating the actual demand at the intersections. You know, I look at our roadways. You know, you commissioners spend over $2 billion since 2016 on roadway work and roadway design, since 2006. You know, so we designed some of the best roads around in the country. When I came to this county in 2010, I said these intersections and these roadways are a traffic engineer dream. You know, they're flat, they are designed nicely, turn lane at every signalized intersection, no hills, no and no snow. You know, so it is. But of course, we have weather as well, and you know, like some weather event or things that could happen. You know, a truck drops a piece of metal in the roadway, and somebody might try to avoid it and maybe end up with a crash. So there's some outside environmental and weather conditions that needs to be addressed. To answer Commissioner Saunders' question, you know, to talk a little bit about how do we maintain and make sure these signals are timed and running properly. I think it takes all of us, everybody involved that uses the roadways, we need their help. Of course, the main item is our traffic management center. That's the key players. They're the one who set the timing. They make sure the timing is appropriate for each movement, and they monitor the intersections. Then we have our traffic signal technicians. These are highly trained, specialized people that manage and monitor the traffic signals and allowed to work in the cabinets. It takes us about 2 years to get a traffic signal technician to be able to touch the controller and make timing changes. So we don't take these things lightly. Everything that's in that cabinet has to be touched by appropriate people and certified to do the work. So and then we work closely with the Collier County Sheriff's Office. If there's a problem out there and if they see anything that's not working properly, to notify us. And our citizens. I tell you, you know, like our citizens are maybe our best people to call us. You know, they drive these intersections every day for years, and they know when something is wrong or not timed right, or the detection for the left turns not working right, and they call us, and we put our phone numbers on the cabinet so the people can reach us. So it takes all of us to make sure the signals are timed right. How we run them, actually, we have Collier County, we have a fiber optic network. It's about 350 miles of fiber that we manage, and that we connect every traffic signal back to the traffic management center. And we talk to each one all the time, and we're monitoring its activities. That's how we make sure the timing in there is appropriate. We have 233 signals. We have 207 flashers that we manage. We also have over 5,000 street lights and 24,000 signs that we take care of. What does the Traffic Management Center does? We have 6 employees in the Traffic Management Center. They're continuously monitoring the databases. So like if somebody makes a change, like sometimes we have our on-call people go to the intersection and they cannot fix the problem right away. So they could do some minor adjustments to the database. For example, force a phase to come on every time if the detection is broken or not working. So if they make that change in the controller reports back to the TMC. So in the morning when we come in, we notice that a change was made to the database, and we compare the databases to make sure they are working, they have appropriate data. Then we all check the alarms. You know, the TMC checks the alarms in case any piece of equipment has failed. There is thresholds for these equipments, and if they fail, we get notified so we can check them, and we send our technicians out to go repair them. Then we monitor the signals throughout the day. So throughout the day, if there's anything that's happening, we keep an eye on the signals. Preemption that gets stuck, a push button that gets stuck, we get out there and try to get it fixed. And we actively respond to incidents where we can help. like not every crash that we sometimes we can help with, but we try to, for example, when I-75 was closed and was having a lot of delays and people were jumping off to Pine Ridge, we modified a lot of our signal timing. I don't know if people notice this, but we spend a lot of time into like increasing the left turns so we can flush the area where people are coming off, and then push them to the next intersection, retime the next intersection, and get them back into I-75. We do all this. These guys in the TMC do all this. Of course, it doesn't make it perfect. We can never accommodate the traffic that comes off of I-75, but we make it better. We try to help and make it run better. At every signalized intersection, we have uninterrupted power supply, UPSs. And these are, in case FPL loses power, they keep the signal running. And they notify the TMC, hey, I have no power from FPL. I'm running on batteries. Get me a generator. So these things can run for about 3 to 4 hours. So we usually wait half hour, an hour to make sure FPL is not, it's not a quick break. If it is, we get generators out there and we keep the signals. Most people don't even know that we lost power. And they check the pan, tilt, and zoom cameras. We have a pan, tilt, and zoom camera at our signalized intersections. And that's so when somebody calls us and say, hey, the left turns is not coming on, we can actually see, confirm, take a look at the data, and be able to fix it and make sure it works better. So now, things that break, we give them to the traffic signal technicians. We have 7 traffic signal technicians that we manage. The TMC gives them tasks that they need to do on a daily basis, but we also give them intersection and things modification that we need to add. So I don't know if you guys noticed, we're getting rid of a lot of the 5-section heads at signalized intersection, and we are replacing them with 4-section heads, the flashing yellow for the left turn versus the green ball. So a lot of these are being done. We're doing those in-house. We have a program to hopefully get rid of all the 5 sections someday. But it's an ongoing program. They do ground PMs. So we visit every signalized intersection twice a year, and that's go check the push buttons, check the heads, make sure no signal outages, none of the LEDs is burned out. Vacuum the cabinet, make sure it's clean, make sure it's appropriately working. And once a year, this is to your question, Commissioner, the malfunction monitoring unit, the MMU, a lot of people refer to it as the watchdog. This is the unit that prevents an intersection from displaying 2 conflicting greens, or a conflicting green with a conflicting yellow. That's just would not allow it to happen. And if even it happened due to a short or due to a break, the signal would go on flash. A conflict flash would flash this intersection all red till we get out there and figure out what the problem is and fix it. But we take these, we check them once a year, and we take them into the office and we test them to make sure they're still in good working conditions. And we deploy them again to different intersections. So we make sure these are, and then we have a program for aerial PMs, and we are trying to do like every 5 years, check the heads, replace what needs to be replaced, modify the heads, and working with the Collier County Sheriff, actually, we went and met with them, and they wanted some help with trying to enforce red light running. And they asked for the blue light. I don't know, some of you, I'm sure, familiar with that blue light. In Collier County right now, we don't have the blue light at any of our intersections, but it's something we're looking at adding. We're meeting with the Collier County Sheriff. We're creating a committee to see where are most effective and most appropriate. You have to have a place where the officer can wait in advance, downstream from the signal, and can still see the heads. So we're looking at this intersection to determine where that would be. It's going to cost us about $3,000 per installation. So we'll work on that list and go through it. We're going to also improve visibility. We've been doing this, and we have a list of intersections where we are upgrading the back plates to make them a little more visible, so it's easier to see the heads. especially at night, as you can see on the slide on the right. It allows the driver to see him and be able to know if the signal, even, what's nice about these things is in the dark, if there is no power and we lost power, it's a lot easier to know that this is a signalized intersection and therefore treat it as a multi-way stop versus not knowing till you get on top of it. So it's very helpful for safety. We're going to go work through the congestion mitigation committee with the MPO, FDOT. There's a lot of AI stuff coming in and that improves safety, and we're gonna look at some options out there to see what can be done. And then we're going to continue working with Collier County Sheriff and hopefully do better and keep improving, to hopefully reach Vision Zero, no fatalities on our network.
Commissioner,
At every signalized intersection, we have our phone number, and that's in case you see something that doesn't look right, it's not running properly. This number is our traffic management center. We are open from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. We try to cover both peak hours, AM peak and PM peak. And we like to hear from you if something is not working right.
And who should they ask for?
Harris.
Harris Damon?
That's right.
Harris.
Commissioner Castro.
Tony, the slide that caught my attention the most was the bar chart that showed that even though we're sitting here having a lot of discussions about intersections and red light cameras at intersections, if you go back to that one slide that it shows most of the accidents are at non-signaled intersections. So we've had some, like you said, extremely tragic things. Yeah, that chart. So the yellow are, correct me if I'm wrong, those are non-signaled intersections or roadways or what have you that have had accidents, not necessarily fatalities, but have had or is it? You got here fatalities at signal intersections. Maybe just decipher this for me again, because my initial takeaway was we're really focused on the short green, which we should be, because we've had some real fatal things. But the yellow is our areas that are signaled, not signaled.
Yes.
Right?
Sorry, Commissioner. Yes. So this is all fatalities. This is fatalities within the county. We are around 40-some fatalities per year in our county. A lot of them are, the longest bar is that includes everybody, includes the cities and includes FDOT, it includes mainly I-75, yes.
Yeah,
it includes I-75. Once you remove the I-75 and you only look at county-maintained roadways, these are still fatalities that occurred on the county highway system, is the second bar. And the green is at signalized intersection, and that's both FDOT signalized intersection and county signalized intersection. So this is all the signals within Collier County. So a lot of them on US 41, for example, or Davis, or, like they are distributed. There's 5 a year almost distributed across the county.
Yeah, we just need to realize that, you could put a red light camera at every single intersection, which would only represent the green bar, and we still have a big chunk of areas that are either dangerous or just, drivers not paying attention. I know I liked your list that was, it's inclusive. It's not just, hey, the lights aren't set correctly. I mean, if a driver drives through a red light or is a DUI driver, I mean, there's things that I know the sheriff does to try to prevent that or to catch those people, but it's going to happen. And, like I said, every fatality is a tragedy, but it's more than just the intersections is what this slide showed me. It's obviously a much bigger area where we have, fatalities and accidents. Okay, I got it.
Mr. Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to shed a little light on that little blue light system that you're discussing, from what I understand and I noticed, I believe City of Naples has some of them installed. And I think what it does is for the citizens to understand that basically when you have a law enforcement officer observing that intersection to do traffic enforcement, it gives them an extra tool when it comes to testimony in court to enforce the uniform traffic citation, that they can coincide the blue light with the red signal so they don't have to physically be looking at the red light. They know it's lit up and they work in conjunction with each other. So it's more of a testimonial thing for his eyewitness of the actual violation. So just to clarify how that works for the public, that
Yes, Commissioner, you're absolutely correct. That's the purpose of this. Right now, for example, if Collier County Sheriff wants to enforce, they almost need two vehicles. They need one upstream and one downstream. The one upstream observes the vehicle running the red light, and the vehicle downstream stops him, because otherwise he would be running a red light as well, going after that vehicle. But it takes two officers. In the other case, the vehicle can be waiting downstream, can be watching the blue light. If the blue light is on, that means that red is on. And if he observes a vehicle that crossed the stop bar or entered the intersection, they can pursue it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I think there's a fellow hiding in the back of the room that I'd like to hear from. Our favorite sheriff. He was sitting in the back. Nobody actually saw him.
I could see him thinking back there.
He was one of the, I think you maybe were avoiding coming up, but there was a big E at the beginning of this that talked about enforcement.
He got the memo on the suit color today.
What? I wore blue today.
Morning, Chairman,
No, he
members of the board. I was not hiding in the back. I was just waiting my turn to provide some information to you. I'm going to try not to go over or duplicate what our transportation management services already gave. They gave a lot of great information. If you look at what goes into what constitutes or causes an accident, there are a lot of different things that can go into that. Obviously, as a community, we were all impacted with the fatal crash several weeks ago. It involved entering an intersection on a red light, obviously. It was a commercially rated vehicle. So FHP is investigating that crash. So we don't yet know what the cause for the vehicle going into the intersection was. Yesterday morning, we had another one.
75.
Minor injuries, but with a commercial vehicle entering an intersection on a red signal. So with a commercial vehicle. And, you know, while a red light violation may be a charge, there are a lot of things that go back into the cause of that. A lot of them were mentioned, but, you know, if you look at impatient, in a hurry, aggressive driving, distracted driving, you know, communities throughout Florida and the United States are facing the same kinds of challenges we are on the roadways. But what I think we have is great support from the community in moving forward with plans, support from you as the board, and great partners with county transportation and management. So we looked at a couple of different things. One, we've had a really comprehensive education, informational, and enforcement effort over the years. And we've been building on that. Since the tragic crash we had, though, we started to meet with the local moms group. We met with individual residents and even community groups, all who wanted to talk with us about traffic safety for the future. A lot of good ideas came out of that, a lot of information that we were able to provide about what we're doing, what we want to do in the future. And I think one of the things that we're all facing because of more and more people are finding our community and more are coming, we want to revitalize and create a new community-based traffic safety program. We've had individual programs before, a lot of them. I'll highlight a couple of those for you. But we need everybody to be involved. And you know, we earlier mentioned was the 4 E's. And yes, the emergency response, absolutely. So, but we say there are 4 E's. And it is the engineering, the education, the enforcement. But what's got to come next is engagement, and that's participation from our drivers, from the community. So I'll talk a little bit about that because we want to release that later this month. So, you know, some of the background on what we've been doing, the types of observations that we're making and enforcing is distracted driving, speed in excess of the limit, aggressive driving, school bus violations, and school zone violations. We just finished our opening of school, a month or two ago, and we had put in place special operations for all of those. And we do that with our Traffic Enforcement Bureau. They are a specialized group of professional traffic people who look at complex investigations and do specialized enforcement. But we've also grown that over the years by including all deputies in Collier County and the responsibility that we all have with regard to traffic safety. Red light and running, certainly we have dealt with in the past. Commercial vehicles we have dealt with in the past. And we've actually had specially trained commercial vehicle inspectors. So in the past, and up until today, we have focused on obviously including social media, making sure information gets out to the public, specialized enforcement efforts. We call them flex operations, and they can include the things I just mentioned. We've done aggressive driving, we've done distracted driving, we've done public service announcements in the past. If you remember, years ago, we had partnered with AAA, and we did a no texting and driving effort where we had a race car driver, Michael Sensi, come down, bring his car, and do PSAs, did a lot of work with our kids during that time. We've actually put deputies on school buses and had pursuit vehicles, and if a vehicle passed the bus when stopped, they would radio to them. We have a traffic safety podcast. We created 530 Zoom. It's a traffic hotline. We actually did that about a dozen years ago. But one of the things that we found out when meeting with members of the community is they were unaware that a lot of these things had been put in place and that were available to them. So you'll hear in a minute, we're going to be working more with them to try and get that information out. We have the Teen Driver Challenge. We have 6 speed enforcement trailers. We have 13 message boards. A lot of that was discussed by our meetings with the public to look at, do we need some more of those? So as we look at what we're doing, we've also tried to find more efficient ways for not only enforcement but administration. And you know, one of the things that we have put in place over the last couple of years are civilian traffic investigators. So we have added them to the STEB Bureau, and what that does is for the minor accidents, parking lot accidents, they're able to take those. That frees up our law enforcement officers to stay longer out in the street with operations and citations. But probably, you know, the most important things that we do is we do a daily, weekly, and monthly unified policing meeting specifically addressing traffic and crime. So when we look at this, we have 6 patrol districts, as you probably remember. Each one of those lieutenants has to give a district commander a report to us on where their accidents are and what they are doing to reduce those. We use a lot of analytics to apportion our resources for the time of day, day of week type of violation. And we do that throughout the year so that we're not wasting time and effort. We've done a lot of other programs and a couple of things that we have. Some of these things we've done before, but since this event, meeting with our members of the community, I've done a letter to FHP, and I've requested additional staffing to assist us in special operations, both with commercial vehicles and with general operations. I have sent a letter to FHP to really put a hold on several spots to train commercial vehicle investigators for our deputies. Unfortunately, they do not have one scheduled for the remainder of this year. We actually found one in Georgia that we may be able to send to, but they will be sending us information on that. And we'll get at least 2 to 4 people in those. We asked for a minimum of 2. We have met and now want to formalize a regular meeting with the county transportation. We contacted state FDOT. We currently have a grant to work overtime deputies. It was originally intended for I-75. We asked them whether we could expand the use of those dollars, it's $125,000, onto local roads, particularly those adjacent to the highway. And they confirmed that we can not only use it for adjacent to the interstate, but if we have problematic areas throughout the county, as long as we can identify the problem, we'll be able to use some of those dollars to apply additional resources. So we'll be able to get many more deputies out there and utilize the grant that we've got. I mentioned we met with the local moms group. We have some great ideas from them. We met with our attorney, who's based in Tallahassee, last Friday, and we took some of the ideas and suggestions we got from the moms group. One of them was, can we increase penalties for red light running? And a couple of other ideas that they had. So we have made that request of them. They're doing research on that right now. We are finishing up development of this new community-based traffic safety program. We will launch that in about 2 weeks. We're trying to figure when is the most appropriate time that we can get the most residents. We don't want to wait till the first of the year. We want to get it before the end of this year, so probably sometime in October. We immediately increased enforcement over the last 10 days, did 38 red light operations in addition to what we normally do, and that resulted in 269 citations for red light running. Some of the ideas and recommendations that came from the community and our members as well, one was, and these are for consideration, we're going to provide this directly to transportation. One was installation of flashing lights in advance of an intersection, particularly one that is a high hazard location, so that you know a signalized intersection is coming up. They have those throughout the state in different areas and locations that I've seen. Transportation talked about the back plates already. A request for more radar trailers and message boards were made. We're already looking into that. More community outreach and more social media. That's one of the opportunities for partnership with the community, and particularly our local moms group, who has committed to help us get more information out to the general public, so we thank them for that. You already looked at review of signal timing, the possibility of considering red light cameras, the possibility of hiring more deputies or seeking more grants for traffic enforcement. So the bottom line pretty much is we have a good program out there. We do have to look more towards the future. I think when we were here talking about budget, I mentioned that we are updating our farmer study on population projections as you are, so that we can look at the future and decide what it is that we are going to need in the future, how we can use technology better in any or all of these areas. But the bottom line is we need to engage individuals, our residents, and the drivers that come into this community. Because in the discussions we've been having, you know, we can reach out, we can make a lot of contact with our own residents, but we have a lot of people that come in to deliver and leave. And some way we need to message them so that they know what is expected when they come in the county. One of the ideas we already have for that is looking at all the major food stores, box stores, major delivery companies, and actually doing prevention information directly to all of them on reminding them of what the laws are, what we're enforcing, and that you are welcome to come into a drive-safe community as long as you drive safe. Otherwise, we're going to cite you.
Good. Commissioner LaCastro.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Sheriff, a couple things I just wanted to say that, you know, it goes without saying, thanks for all that you all do. There's a lot of things citizens say at these podiums that I agree with and that I disagree with at times. We all do. But one of the things that I hear at this podium that really does infuriate me because it is so untrue is when people come here going and say, I never see a cop anywhere in Collier County. That is so untrue, and it's so disrespectful because of how much funding we've put into the sheriff's office, how visible you all are out there. And, you know, citizens need to realize you all aren't just the traffic and speeding cops. Sheriffs do a little bit more than just write tickets and look for people going through red lights. You have one of the reasons why we're the safest county isn't because we have the least amount of red light runners. It's all the other things that you all do. And so, you know, I just wanted to remind folks, it really, really bothers me when I hear that at the podium, and I'm sure it bothers you as well. When I ask for, and I have asked for reports from your staff about an area of concern, I'm always impressed by how much activity has happened in that area. You know, when I hear from a citizen, there's no cops anywhere, everybody's speeding down my road, and then I get a report from, you know, your office that shows, wow, we wrote 212 tickets in that area, and we've had, you know, a sheriff on duty patrolling that area from this time to, so detailed, and it's not made up to cover yourselves. No, it's actual police work. So, you know, we have to take some of that stuff with a grain of salt. Doesn't mean we can't do better in certain areas. One of the things I'll say, and I've had this conversation with you, but especially with Colonel Bloom, you know, your undersheriff, making sure that we're focusing sheriffs in concentrated areas at all times. And I know this is something that frustrates you once in a while, because when I've brought it to the attention of, you know, your leadership, and I say, you know, I'm going back to Marco Island, and I just passed Walmart on US 41, and there were 3 sheriffs between Walmart and the base of the Marco Bridge writing speeding tickets for people that were 100 yards away, or whatever the distance is, from the Marco line, or catching people coming over the Marco Bridge, and as soon as they leave the Marco line, now all of a sudden Collier County has, and it's few and far between. Like when I've seen it, I've always reported it saying, wow, if that's the best use of 3 or 2 sheriffs, I don't think Sheriff Rambosk would think so. And then when I pass it to, you know, Colonel Bloom, he's like, no, we didn't need 3 cops within 100 yards of each other writing speeding tickets for 5 hours. And we've caught some of that. But on the flip side, I don't think anybody can make the case that you don't have, you know, your sheriffs concentrated in key areas. This commission has funded you to your requested levels to the max, you know, I would say, but you've brought up some other things, radar trailers, improved technology, manpower. So if those are things that you obviously feel you need to add to your arsenal, by all means, all 5 of us here, I don't think would bat an eyelash. I mean, we can't prevent everything, but if there's some things you're learning from your contacts in Tallahassee or other counties, I know that you won't be shy about, you know, coming here, and we want to make sure we sort of fill those gaps, use what we have concentrated in the key areas, and I know you do a great job moving your team around, but also bringing us anything. I really liked hearing you say that you reached out to the Florida Highway Patrol. If anything, that's who I see sometimes a little less, but you know, I don't know all their responsibilities, so I'm sure they're where they need to be. But I have noticed that a bit. So I think your reminder to them that, hey, we need your help. We've had some fatalities. You know, are you really where you all need to be, and can you help us? Is something I was really glad to hear you say that. But you know, we're here to hear from you on any additional needs that you might discover would be helpful to making us more safe.
And as you might remember, I talked a little bit about that during the budget update. All law enforcement throughout Florida and most of the United States is having a tough time recruiting and retaining. I will tell you that I have received a lot of questions from the community about retention and ensuring that we remain competitive so that we can keep our great deputies, which I completely agree with. And from the information I'm getting now, it looks like I will be coming back to you to look at what we need to remain competitive with our surrounding agencies.
Thank you, sir.
I brought this issue forward for a couple of reasons. The first was to reassure the public that we are doing everything we can to keep our intersections safe. And of course, we had a tragic accident that sort of precipitated the discussion. And I'm very pleased with what our staff has presented in terms of what we do in a proactive way to keep our intersections safe. But I also brought this forward to see what kind of things we can do to make things even safer. And so I'm going to ask staff a couple questions, and I'm going to ask the sheriff a couple questions. But I'm going to start with staff. You mentioned the blue lights and the $3,000 it costs per intersection. My question to you is, how many intersections in your mind should we put those blue lights on? Because I'm going to multiply that by 3,000 and make sure you have the money to put those up.
We have in a committee with the sheriff, and we're going to look at individual intersections. We're thinking to look at the top 20 for now, and this is per approach, Commissioner. So you need to multiply that by 4 first, and then by 20.
Okay, so instead of $60,000, it would be $80,000. Yeah. And so at some point during this discussion, I'm going to make a motion that we appropriate those dollars for those blue light cameras, or those blue lights, so that the sheriff can be more effective in enforcing red light runners. I was very pleased with the education issue that you mentioned. That's great for our high school kids and for the general public that generally complies with the law. But we're dealing with people that don't care. And we see it every day. Crystal Kensel, I think, was the witness of an accident, someone running through a red light just a few days ago, smashing into a vehicle. Fortunately, there were no injuries, but we see it every day. People pass us, we'll start to stop at an intersection, and somebody zooms past us to go through a red light. Those people cannot be educated. The only way they can be educated, the only way they'll stop is if they start getting tickets, and very expensive tickets. So I want to make sure we get those blue lights up. There was some discussion about more resources for you. And so I would like you to come back and perhaps give us a report. I know you mentioned the issue of more money for salaries, and we certainly will support that. But do you need more staff? Can we get more deputies out there to keep our roadways moving and keep our roadways safe? So I'd like you to come back with us in the next several weeks or so and let us know what you really need, because I can assure you that you'll get the resources to do that. The other issue that has been raised, and I don't necessarily support red light cameras. And I know that this community had red light cameras starting in 2010, I believe. They did it for 4 years. It was a very poorly conceived project on the part of the county commission back in those days. I can say none of us were here then. And but there were a lot of lessons learned from that. And I would, at some point, I think I'm going to ask this board to turn the issue of red light cameras over to our productivity committee, just to do an evaluation of are they effective? Are they cost effective? What are other communities doing? Should it be something that we should consider? And again, I'm not suggesting that we go to red light cameras, but I think we owe it to the public to evaluate that and make a decision. So, Mr. Chairman, at some point, I've got 3 points I want to make. I want that $80,000 for the blue lights. I want the sheriff to come back in a few weeks with, or maybe take a little bit longer, but whatever time you need. let us know what you need to make our roadways more safe. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have a committee like the Productivity Committee evaluate the efficacy of red light cameras and whether we should even consider that.
And could I jump in 1 second? If we're going to do that committee, certainly the county clerk's staff should be involved in that. There are some key people. I would ask that we include all the right people to make that information available to you.
Absolutely.
Is that going to be 240,000?
80.
Over there in the huddle.
Top 20 times 4?
Yeah, I think there's a
Times
there's
3,000?
a bust in the math. It's 3 times 4 is 12, times 20 is 40. But I don't know if all the approaches are going to need it. You know, I don't know if all the approaches are going to need it. But I think you're more like around the 150, 200,000.
I just say I think we all like the concept, but I like to see the analysis, not just let's throw up a blue light at every single intersection and call it a day.
Right.
Well,
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I was joking about you hiding in the back, by the way. I just saw you back there, and I didn't
Words
want you
matter.
didn't want you to get away. I have a question. When you deployed the extra units for intersection control, do you have data from what what our sheriffs typically write in regard? You said you got out of that maneuver, you got 269 tickets. Do you have data on what we do every day?
We do. Our analytics are used more importantly for where we assign. So like we were just discussing about the blue lights, what location should we be more in? We look at accident occurrences. We look at community requests. If a lot of our residents are seeing a particular problem, we'll make a special operation for that. So we use a lot of that data to make sure we're placing people at the best time possible to identify violations and cite.
And I thank you for that. I'd like to see what we do on a regular basis in comparison to what transpired with a special enforcement effort, just to see what we do on a regular basis.
Oh, yeah, we have special operations all the time. We can give you a location, a date and a time when we did it, and what the enforcement actions were.
I'd like to see that. It would help me, and I have to say, I'm very impressed by your efforts. Your agency has worked cooperatively with my office regularly in enforcement activities. And one of the things that I want to say as we're all talking to the community, when folks see an issue, look at the time at when you're witnessing something transpiring. As a general rule, speeding occurs at certain times of the day, and your department has really worked very effectively in assistance there. It brings up the next discussion, and that's about staffing, technology that's available to better enhance the theoretical. And I say theoretical because we don't know for sure yet, because the population is increasing. We all know that. To what extent, we don't know just yet. But technology enhancements that can be brought in to assist with the theoretical lack of staffing. You know, Commissioner LaCasher has said, we all hear it, well, I never see a sheriff. Well, that's an extremity. And so we want to hear from you, and I really support Commissioner Saunders' idea or suggestion there with regard to study on the red light cameras. If you would just give a brief, because the previous effort was very contentious and very arduous. If you would just give a brief discussion on how that all functions from a staffing standpoint, because if I recall, it was there was multiple departments of staff that were involved. Then I have a couple more questions.
Yeah, so the original red light camera system that was put in place in Collier County was one of only several in the state. And part of the implementation of that was a change in legislation, which had just taken place. So people were looking to enable that in their communities. It raised questions about, I had one when I was in Tallahassee talking about it and said, well, I don't want anybody to see and take a picture of the passenger in my car. And of course, I'm not a wise guy, but I had to ask. I said, well, who's in your car that you don't want a picture taken of? So, yeah, he didn't like it very much. Aside from that, there were legitimate legal questions. Your attorney, our attorney, looked into a lot of those different questions, rights and expectation of privacy in vehicles. The owner was getting the citation. The driver may not be because you loaned out your car to somebody. And so a lot of those things have been dealt with over time. It was seen as a money-making operation at that time, and the cost of our violation was only as high as the actual operating cost to do the program. So we were not, the county or the sheriff's office was not making money out of that. The other thing is procedurally, the red light camera would take a picture. The following morning, a certified law enforcement deputy would review the camera, would make sure that the violation had occurred, that they went through the light and they were not behind the stop line when the red light turned. So it was an actual violation. And then we would work together to send out a violation notice.
And if I recall, the fine is set by the state, and then we have the county has a fixed amount of money out of that amount of, we can't elevate the expense associated with that and get more money back here.
That's absolutely true for uniform traffic citations.
Okay.
When we did it as a county, you were able to establish that rate, how much would be charged.
Okay.
And where it would go.
Well, I certainly would like to have it investigated further, just from a staffing standpoint, because if I recall, it may engage our staff to be involved in this process as well, and I want to explore it. I mean, it's an asset that's out there. The technology is significantly greater, so that we don't end up with somebody's passenger's picture. Is the enforceability capable just on the tag itself? Can even if you lent your car to somebody, too bad, you're going to get the ticket.
Yes, that's the way it was set up.
Okay.
It's enforceable by the tag, and that was one of the questions. Again, you're responsible for your own car.
Right.
I don't care who's driving it.
Amen.
Don't lend it to this person if they want to blow the red light all the time.
That's correct.
So, yeah, I will tell you this, and within 6 months after installation of the cameras, there was a significant visible increase at intersections of people stopping.
I've seen that, and I'm not an advocate of the cameras, but I've been in Tallahassee where they are. I've been in Washington D.C. where they are. I've been riding with taxi drivers who are some of the most aggressive drivers on the planet. And if you're riding with a taxi driver or an Uber driver and that light's even thinking about changing, they all stop. They all stop at the intersection. There's nobody blowing through the intersection, even on a yellow. They stop.
Right, and as the law requires today.
As what you're supposed to do voluntarily to follow the law.
Exactly.
My next question is, you and I were quite successful well before I became a commissioner to establish the commercial motor vehicular units, and then I think maybe attrition. I think Lieutenant Minch was one of the officers that I worked very closely with back in those days. How many, do we have any of those units available?
We do. We have 2 certified officers right now, commercial vehicle officers.
Okay.
And I've made a request for a minimum of 2 more to be trained.
Okay.
And part of the dilemma, we had made a request earlier this year, but we were only able to get 1 person in the class.
Oh,
So it's a limited training program, limited spots, but we've asked formally for more spots in that.
In that light, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Collier County has a local ordinance with regard to commercial motor vehicular traffic and when it's moving, that they are supposed to stay in the right lane for and until they're about to make a left turn. Do you recall how long that distance is?
I don't recall how long the distance is.
Okay. And so I'd like to know if somebody can find out what that actual distance requisite is for them to allow them to legally move out of the right lane and over to be able to make a safe left turn.
And you know, if you remember, we did a lot of outreach to trucking, sand pits and information to owners of trucking companies, actually visited the sand pits.
I remember.
Actually did inspections on the way out, provided information in multiple language, say, here's how you drive safely, or we are enforcing.
Well, and that's going to be my next thought process was I'll volunteer to assist with the mining industry and the farming industry, because those are both industries that I transact a lot of business with. So as we're moving these efforts forwards on the other E, which is education, and that's informing these drivers of the local ordinance and what they're supposed to do while they're traversing our roads. I know we had enormous success about prohibition on the utilization of the Jake brakes just for quality of life purposes. Commissioner Saunders, you know, the Quiet Florida group and those Jake brakes are an engine slower downer of the vehicle, and by asking them to stay off those Jake brakes, it really reduced the noise and enhanced the quality of life of our residents along the way. So I'll work with you to get that education out to because I think in Collier County, we really only have 2 active mining operations right now, maybe 3. But I'll work with you in order to get that information out and start that education process with those industries, as well as the farming industry. We have an enormous amount of commercial motor vehicles coming back and forth from the east, transporting produce at the same time. So I'll work with you to get that information out.
Thank you.
That's all.
Mr. Colwell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank you, Sheriff. Very informative presentation today. Some good information in there, and I think it's so important that the public does see a lot of these numbers and what the efforts are and how many programs that actually are implemented through the Sheriff's Office, because a lot of people are not familiar with a lot of these things. I have the luxury of being part of it at one point and knowing some of these things. I'm pro to the blue light project. If we can figure out and actually have a committee come to us and you guys all work together and find out the intersections that this would most be feasible to use this on, because I don't think every intersection it needs to be on, but it definitely is. And what I mentioned before, it's a good tool because, you know, the few accidents that I've been involved, you know, worked in the past that have used commercial vehicles, or usually commercial vehicles are at fault for running these red lights. People have to understand these guys operate under a CDL license, and enforcement with the actual uniform traffic citation puts points against their CDL, and then they're jeopardizing their livelihood. You know, when you can actually write somebody a uniform traffic citation in lieu of a civil fine through like a red light runner camera, which doesn't apply any points or anything against their driver's license, and that's a deterrent. that's a deterrent, because when they get one or two, they realize that they're jeopardizing their career, they're jeopardizing their welfare. It starts to correct behavior. And that's important. And if we have those tools for our deputies and our men and women out there to do such a great job here in Collier County, to have those tools to start this enforcement, to get, what do you call, like educating, but also positive reinforcement through through citations, it has a tendency to have greater effect than just somebody getting a $120 civil citation. They know they're just going to pay it. Nothing's going to be in jeopardy of their future, their career, or anything like that. That being said, you may have mentioned it already. You mentioned something about reaching to the vendors, and then Commissioner McDaniel's talking about the sand pits and things like that. I'll just say, from my recollection, 2 interviews after some very horrific accidents where there was a death involved with 2 dump trucks in the past, and find out in the debrief, interviewing these drivers, that a lot of them are paid by the load, not by the hour. And I don't know if we can include some of these developers, people that are hauling a fill, to and from construction sites. I know we can't, force people to alter their behavior, how they pay their employees, but maybe bring some light to it, that at times this does create a situation where these guys push the limit, when they're thinking, well, I get 1 or 2 more loads if I don't sit through these lights, I'm going to chance it. And, I don't know if that was part of the group that you were talking about, going to vendors and stuff like that for haulers or bulk haulers, but I think we should include them too and see how they are actually paying their employees that haul these trucks. Just get an idea on it. So
Absolutely, we agree. We brought that topic up over the last 2 weeks about the number of loads, getting paid by the load. So we will absolutely include that messaging.
Thank you, Sheriff. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
We have Commissioner Saunders, Commissioner McDaniel's on deck, and we have 2 public speakers, and we also have to get to a court reporter break. So,
If we could hear the speakers, I'll make a motion at some point. I can do it right now, or I can wait until the speakers.
Okay.
I just have a quick comment with regard to the education at the sites with the quarries and the farming industry. You can't really adjust how the payment in fact transpires with the dump truck. It just isn't really. If you own your own dump trucks, then you have a say so in it. But as a general rule, a developer contracts a trucking company to bring the material to them that is requisite. So you really don't. But education at the mine really worked well back in the day when we did it. The manual, the DOT manual for a commercial motor vehicle to meet the standards is about this thick. You can't hardly this thick. You can't hardly stay in business and meet all of those requisites that are in the law with regard to the quality of the vehicle. So we reduced that back and to certain visible things that could be actually identified and then brought forward, and enhance safety at the same time. So I'll be happy to work with you on that.
I agree, and with Commissioner Cole, that if we can't do anything formally, we can absolutely make it part of the information that is provided to the driver, that we know this is how things operate. And, oh, by the way, we're enforcing, and remember, you have a CDL license, because if you're not going to operate correctly, we're going to continue to cite until you're taken off the road.
I think one of the things too that we did was we adjusted the hours of operation of the quarries because the hours were set to not let the trucks out until our peak traffic times had actually transpired. So if somebody over there with staff can look at those hours of operations again, maybe correlate that with the peak hours, because those peak hours have adjusted with our population increase. So if we can have a look at that, maybe that's something that we can also make an adjustment as we're going forward with this effort.
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. Troy, let's hear those public speakers, and then we'll take a break.
Your first speaker is Monica Reimers. She'll be followed by H. Michael Mogul.
Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Monica Ramos. I was born and raised here in Naples, Florida, and I've seen the roads go from smooth to what they are now, which is, to be direct, out of control. As someone who was hit by a drunk driver over 10 years ago while at a red light intersection, causing lifelong injuries, this accident involving a local mother and a semi-truck that occurred 3 weeks ago on Immokalee and Logan alerted my maternal senses of protection to the highest degree. I speak for every mother on that. We are also a veteran family who does not take safety or security lightly, especially being a parent. I started a local petition on our local Facebook moms group mentioned here at the last meeting with over 32,000 signatures, requesting safer roads and stricter consequences for violators. To this day, the Collier County Sheriff's Office has been the only organization besides the Naples Police Department to sit down with a group of us to hear out our concerns. However, by the next commission meeting, this should be a formal agenda item. What I have learned over the last several weeks is almost everyone I've spoken to is afraid to drive and feels unsafe. Last weekend, there were 4 deaths on our highway off North Naples, and yesterday, the public semi-truck causing a rollover. These are just a few of the many that have happened since, and will continue to happen unless we truly want to avoid more getting killed or seriously injured. We need more Florida Highway Patrol and more local police present on our roads. It matters and it makes a difference. I came to plead to our Board of Commissioners today for the safety of everyone in Collier and to carefully review every street and every road, including the internal signal timing with the Department of Transportation, red light and speeding cameras, raising fines for speeding, DUIs, and red light runners, especially for commercial vehicles, in addition to infrastructure in congested areas such as Immokalee Road and all roads on the easternmost part of our district. We need to ask for the state and federal grant dollars, resources for our county. Our collective tax-paying dollars should be spent within the borders of our county. Like Mr. Anthony said, and the sheriff, this involves everyone, including us citizens. However, because of the population increase, there needs to be additional traffic enforcement and consequences so people respect our local laws and decrease distracted driving, aggressive driving, red light running, speeding, and injuries and fatalities. People need to know that when they come to Collier County, they will be held responsible. We need to fight for the federal grants, and I plan to serve my community by participating in the Collier MPO's steering committee. And thank you for your public service to this community.
Your next and final speaker is H. Michael Mogul.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I'm very sorry about that accident that happened a couple weeks ago with the red light at the intersection. I almost had a couple of those in the last couple of weeks myself. I'll just cite the intersection. It's Vineyards Boulevard and Vanderbilt. Both cars were going eastbound. The first incident, I was the first to make the green light heading north to make a turn to go west. My wife was behind me. I just look both ways when I go. Make sure people stop. There was a car coming down the road and my senses said, he's not stopping. So I employed my new 3-second rule. I count to 3 when the light turns green and do not go until I'm sure. That should be something that could educate the potential victims of red light runners, like the school system and the kids and driver's training, to wait 3 seconds, don't be jackrabbit start. My wife said if I went into that intersection with that car going, I would have been T-boned and dead. Absolutely, positively. And if not me, if she was behind me, she would have been gone. So that's a bad intersection. There was another light 2 days ago. I stopped to make the right turn to go to Vineyards. Car just blew right through the red light. So I'm concerned about it. However, back in 2010, and Commissioner Sanders, I believe the lights were in before 2010. They were removed in 2010, and I'm one of the culprits that had them removed. My wife got a ticket on 951 and Golden Gate Parkway heading north. She came home and said, I think I got a ticket. The light flashed. I looked down. I looked up. The light was red. Being the consummate scientist, I went to the intersection. I timed the light. It was supposed to be 4.5 seconds in a 45 zone per state standards. I think that's different than what was talked about here earlier. But she was entitled to 4.5 seconds, and the traffic signal was set at 3.8. I went to the magistrate. I presented her case to the magistrate on traffic violations, and she said, well, we'll discard it because your wife made a split-second decision. That wasn't the reason. The light was just not set right. So, light was then reset to 4.1, not 4.5. I checked other lights in town. That was the only bad one. That was the cash cow. That was what was funding the traffic program. The minute the timing was changed, months later, it was gone. So if the traffic people want to put red light cameras in, and any of you want to put them in, I would support it based on what's going on now. But the traffic department has to be truthful.
Thank you, sir.
If they're not, I'm against it. Thank you.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to put this all into one motion because I think there's support to do all this. First of all, I want our transportation staff to prepare a budget request, if you will, for the blue light at the different intersections. I understand that's about $12,000 per intersection. And you mentioned 20 intersections. I don't know if that's the right number of intersections, but come back with us with a number that you need for those blue lights in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department. And then I'd like, as part of that, for the sheriff to come back when he has the information that is needed to let us know what he needs in terms of staffing and resources to help make these intersections safer. And then thirdly, as part of that, to direct our productivity committee to evaluate the cost and benefits of red light cameras. None of us are taking a position in support of red light cameras right now by doing this, but simply asking our productivity committee to come back over a reasonable period of time, which may be 60 or 90 days, to kind of let us know what other communities are doing with red lights and red light cameras, and whether or not that is something that we want to consider down the road. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the motion.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for these directions. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? So moved. All right, it's time for our court reporter break. It's 11:11. Let's come back at 11:20.
Chair, you have a live mic.
All right, if you could take a seat, we'll get rolling. County Manager.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 7, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda.
I have 4 speakers here in the room and 1 on Zoom. Your first speaker is Scott Lepore. He'll be followed by Victoria Redstall.
Good morning, Commissioners, County Manager, Deputy County Manager. Thank you for having me here today. We heard a lot about emergencies today. We're about to have a big one, ladies and gentlemen, and it's called a medical emergency. Now, I've chaired sales tax for the last 5 years for this county, and I got to tell you, the people I deal with are phenomenal and awesome here. The people in county government, they're irreplaceable. They do a wonderful and phenomenal job, so I'm hoping you can help me, because we got a real problem here. The number one job of government is the role of protection of the citizens. I take that serious, and I know you do too. Blue Cross Blue Shield and NCH are in a battle to the death over their contract. And at their meeting on Wednesday, they said they're getting ready to drop 45,000 Collier residents who are on Blue Cross and Blue Shield. 45,000, not 450, not 4,500, 45,000 people. So who are we talking about? Well, if you're on Medicare and you have Blue Cross Blue Shield, you're out. If you're on the ACA, for people who are self-employed like myself who pay $2,000 a month with a $15,000 deductible, I'm out also. All your FEP, your federal employee pensions, they're out. County workers, fire, police, EMS, if they have Blue Cross Blue Shield, all your constitutional officers, if their people have Blue Cross Blue Shield, they're out. The people at the 10-13 Club on Marco Island, who are a lot of relatives, retired police and fire, people who passed away on 9/11, their children, they're out. But you know who's not out, ladies and gentlemen? Everybody who's illegal in the United States of America, because they can have a fundraiser to cover that fund. I've had it with this. I'm absolutely at the end of my rope. The 45,000 becomes 60,000 when season starts, because the 15,000 people from up north who are on Blue Cross Blue Shield, they're out also. So now we have 60,000 people with 2 hospitals in Collier County, 2 ERs. Do you actually think that's going to work? Because I know it's not. We have times when we have 4 emergency rooms open in Collier County for everybody, and they go to diversion, and they send people to Miami, to Tampa, they send them up to Sarasota. How could we allow this to happen in Collier County? So I called Byron Donalds, our congressman. I called State Senator Pasadomo. I called Commissioner McDaniel. And I called State Representative Bob Rommel. All those people got back to me within 4 hours on a Sunday. And they said, you're absolutely right. We're trying to figure this out, but we have the biggest provider of health care in Collier County, NCH, versus the biggest provider of medical, Blue Cross Blue Shield in the state of Florida. They cover 6 million people.
Thank you, Mr.
They're the
Laporte.
biggest provider for lower and middle income people.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Saunders.
After I spoke to Scott Lepore, I sat down with our manager, and I think Scott might need another couple minutes because there's something here that really impacts our budget and our operations in a very significant way. I asked the manager to give a little thought to what happens to our EMS operations when we have a 45,000 potential patients and they're diverted to other hospitals or other communities because of a diversion. And so I think it's important for the board to hear a little bit more, with your permission, on that diversion issue and from the manager as well. 'Cause that I think really gets to us a lot.
So what'll happen if I have permission to continue?
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Thank you. So what'll happen in diversion is people will be brought to the hospital that's closest. So you have an accident and they bring you to NCH. And then they say, oh, you're one of those veterans who's on Blue Cross Blue Shield. We don't take that plan here anymore. And they're going to ship you to Physicians Regional. Now, if Physicians Regional is also on diversion, they're going to send you to Lee County. They're going to send you across the state. They're going to send you to Tampa. So as chairman of sales tax, we fund EMS stations, and we know we funded 3 that were all critical need. 1 is being built, and those other 2 are actually on hold right now. So my question is, what is going to happen to our EMS system when we're spending all this time running people from one hospital to another? You already have an EMS system that's overtaxed. We know that because we have to build 3 new stations. But what happens when somebody gets to NCH? Again, if it was 450 people, ABC insurance company, I wouldn't be that concerned. I would be concerned for those 450, but when it's 60,000 people, EMS is going to become a taxi service to shuttle people to different hospitals where the hospital accepts your plan. We can't allow that to happen in Collier County. We just spent $420 million protecting the citizens. We're building a VA nursing home. We're building the David Lawrence Health Center. We just spent $70 million last week to build the sheriff a phenomenal evidence facility combining criminal investigation, Ruth relations. Commissioner LaCastro, you know about this. You were in the medical field. We're going to have an unmitigated disaster. And where is NCH? Are they here? They were told the meeting was coming. Do they not care? I mean, their whole upper level management's making $1 million a year in salaries. They took millions of dollars from our community to build a community hospital that now isn't even called a community hospital. It's called Naples Comprehensive Hospital. But what is that going to do for our citizens? Why can't we protect the veterans and the people on Medicare? We have a severe population of people here who are geriatric.
We hear you,
I'm
Scott.
asking for your help.
Yeah. Commissioner McDaniel.
When's this going to take effect, Scott?
6 days. 6 days. They've been arguing for 100 days back and forth. In 6 days. What are we going to declare a medical emergency in February or March?
Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks for bringing this to our attention. You know, I was privy to, the city was dealing with NCH reference to the Heart Lung Center to build a new facility there and, have a state-of-the-art facility for cardiac or stroke. I'm sorry, not lung, cardiac and stroke. But I think in the provision, when they got approval through the city of Naples, you may be able to check this or not, but I think the upper echelons of NCH had to deem themselves a community hospital to get that passed. So I don't know if that has any bearing on this or not, if that changes who they have to accept or not accept by taking that designation on. But I know that was a big part of the meeting because I was, because that's part of my district. And I believe they had to make that promise to get that project done through the City of Naples Council. So I don't know if that changes the makeup of what they can accept or not accept or turn people away. When they take that designation.
I know they took $20 million from my friend as a donation, and now they want to cut everybody out of Blue Cross Blue Shield, I can tell you that.
Okay. I just don't know if that specific designation of being a true community hospital changes from not being a community hospital. I don't know if that has any bearing on it, but if somebody can investigate that.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Just one quick, I did speak with Paul Hiltz, the CEO of Naples Community Hospital. I spoke with Matt Holliday as well. There are no current plans, per them, per what I was shared, what information was shared with me, there are no current plans to not provide service for everybody that is brought there. The management of that expense is going to be different than how it was before when the Blue Cross Blue Shield was in fact accepted. But for now, there's no specific plans for diversion or anything along those lines. So the thought process I had was, do we as a board, because I agree wholeheartedly that our number one job is public safety, do we want to have a hearing on this to find out if there's anything we can do with regard to funding offset of expenses, so on and so forth, just to ensure that our community is protected? Is that something that this board can do, should do?
I don't know, and it's a tough question. It's a slippery slope. If you get involved there, you have to get involved other places. So I would like to discuss that with staff and see what we have as far as options. And if we want to come back, I think that's fine. But
Remember, you're going to have citizens who die in Collier County because of this. I know a lot of people who are struggling right now. I don't know if you noticed, but like food and gas is through the roof. It's becoming unsustainable for the middle class to live. And NCH says, by the way, you could still come here. You're just going to not be in network. So you're going to have to pay the full price, which is, I don't know, $50,000 a day. So, yeah, Commissioner Hall, you have to get involved. It's 45,000
I agree.
people.
I just don't know how. At this point in time, listening to you, I've been involved 6 minutes now. I don't have the answer for you, but I am interested.
I think every one of you should get on the phone with the CEO of NCH and say that this is unacceptable.
Yeah.
I think the Collier manager call them up and say that this is unacceptable. We have given you millions and millions of dollars over 60 years of our community support, and to tell 45,000 people that they're no longer in your network is absolutely unacceptable. It's not being a good community leader.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me just say a couple things. First of all, I share your passion with this. Nobody up here wants to see anything crash and burn, but I talk to Paul Hiltz regularly as well. NCH is equally upset. Don't think for a second that NCH is doing a whole bunch of things to not insure people. I'm with Commissioner Hall. I don't know where our jurisdiction is here. It's great that you reached out to Congressman Donalds, because I think, not to say we can't do anything, but it's not something the five of us can vote on and then it's fixed. But I want to stick up for NCH just a little bit, if not a lot of it, because I know this is on Paul Hiltz's top 3 list, and it's all 3 of the things on his top 3 list. Same with Matt Holliday. So don't think for a second NCH is sitting back and saying, well, don't forget, if they can't treat tens of thousands of people, that's a negative for them, not only for community impact, but they're a hospital, they're a business as well. The conversations I've had with him, and I'm sure you have as well, they're irate, flabbergasted. I get their newsletter. The lead article in their newsletter all the time is, citizens, please call your representatives in Tallahassee. Please reach out to A, B, C, D, and E. And it's usually not us, because I don't think this decision rests with us. But I just wanted to just say, for the record, NCH isn't rolling over on this or part of the problem. They are aggressively working the solution. I think, if we were going to point fingers, and that doesn't necessarily solve anything, but it's at the insurance company, for whatever reason, has this issue. But I think our role could be to actively open up maybe more lines of communication and get even some higher level folks from the state to get their input.
Commissioner Saunders, you had a discussion with our county manager and the impact on our EMS, and that is one place where we do have a say-so as to making some decisions as far as funding and such goes.
Yeah, at some point, I do want to hear from the manager on what the potential impacts are. I know you've got a couple other speakers. I don't know if you want to hear from them before we make some decisions here. But I also agree that Commissioner Hall used the term slippery slope. It is when you start getting into providing health care. So, but there may be some things we can do, and I think the discussion with the manager following the speakers might give us some guidance. Yeah.
Your next speaker is Victoria Redstall. She'll be followed by Diane Van Paris.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I am going to be quick because I'd like to give the rest of my time to Diane. The root of the court, Chris was wanting to know, Commissioner Hall, was wanting to know how to do this. I'm just thinking that the root of everything is the illegal aliens in this county. And that is so important to me because I am a legal alien of your country. I took my mother to the emergency room a month ago, and it took about 10 hours for her to be seen. We pay our taxes, we speak the language of the country, we've lived in wonderful Collier County for 3.5 years. And to wait that long, I am hoping that there was no illegal aliens in front of me. There might have been, and I'm glad I didn't know about it. Otherwise, there'd have been a big scene created, which I don't really want to do. I think the root of everything is that wonderful 287G program that the Collier County Sheriff's Department have. When they do commit a crime, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, they go straight to ICE, and then ICE does whatever they want with them. Well, why wait for them to create a second crime? They've already created a crime by coming into our country illegally. They've committed that crime. So once they come into this beautiful Collier County, right then, don't you think the 287G program should be implemented at that point, and then call ICE? And that will then reduce everybody coming into our hospitals and into our emergency rooms and into our grocery stores and blocking traffic. I could go as far as, this might be another day, as Diane said, and I respect her so much, so I want to give the rest of my time to Diane Van Paris.
Your next speaker is Diane Von Paris. She'll be followed by H. Michael Mogul. Diane, please don't talk as fast. Our court reporter has to get these words down.
I also just wanted to say that this isn't Congress or the Senate, so you can't yield your time to somebody else. So you either don't speak for 3 minutes and you give her your full 3 minutes, but if you speak for 2.5 minutes, she doesn't get an extra 30 seconds. That's what they do in D.C. That doesn't work that way here.
Okay.
Although we have a little bit more latitude based on what the chairman decides on letting you finish your sentence or what have you, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Great, Diane Van Paris. So I'm going to offer you two perspectives. One is on NCH, of which I have been at NCH over 10 times in my 14 years here. And most recently, I was there for 5 days in April. So I do have a great perspective on being a patient there. But secondly, for 10 years prior to going on Medicare last year, I was also on Florida Blue. So I want to offer both perspectives. And the first thing I want to say about Florida Blue is the relationship with NCH over the years had been really very good. And I'll give you an example. When I was getting my hip replaced, I was going to Dr. Biggs, and Dr. Biggs said, Diane, you're young. I want you to get an outplacement hip replacement because you're very healthy. I do not want you in a hospital in NCH. Well, Florida Blue denied the outplacement and said it was out of network, and they said you must go to NCH. So I had my hip replaced in NCH, and Florida Blue paid NCH $23,000 for my hip replacement. Now, a Medicare person, they pay $7,000, but because I was under Medicare age, $23,000 went to NCH. So that's an example of Florida Blue having a great relationship with NCH. Now I'll go into some NCH stuff. NCH is no longer Naples Community Hospital. It is called Naples Comprehensive Health. They actually have a center for philanthropy. Most nonprofit organizations have a development group that raise money. No, they have created the Center for Philanthropy. And in their most recent newsletter, they in September, they had a Florida Blue update. And they had a video created by Paul Hiltz. And one of the things he said when he opened up the video, it was 2.38 minutes, was, do you know that Florida Blue made $14 billion in the first 6 months of 2024? What a way to start. That's because they've been having these ongoing negotiations for 100 days, and he's complaining that he's not getting the same reimbursement as other hospitals in the area. Well, that might be the Physicians Regional, the for-profit, and that he wants fair reimbursements because Florida Blue made $14 billion. That's not the criteria. And so they demand that they put patients first, so they created standwithnch.com website, of which they have all kinds of things that literally are saying, oh, we need the money, we need higher reimbursements and everything. Whereas Florida Blue, if you noticed in the Naples Daily News, they took out a full-page ad and said, we need NCH to improve their criteria and their patient services and their patient abilities.
Thank you, Diane.
Your next speaker is H. Michael Mogul. He'll be followed on Zoom by Eva Front. I know Mr. Mogul will be the last person speaking on this issue. Ms. Front will be speaking on a different issue.
This is somewhat out of the ordinary, but Diane is kind of waving like she needs just another minute or two. Can we give her another minute? I mean,
Sure.
And I'm coming down on the not against, but I'm coming down and sharing some things about NCH. So I did do a little Gmail search of mine, and I pulled up a bunch of NCH emails, but one of them was a job opportunity they had. So I just want to read this so that you'll understand where they say they are and versus where they really are. In 6 days, they're going to be giving up $45,000 plus all those Medicare patients that have Medicare Advantage plan. NCH is an independent, locally governed nonprofit delivering premier comprehensive care. Our healthcare systems comprised of two hospitals, an alliance of 700 physicians, of which we have a significant number of physicians that have gone concierge, and medical facilities in dozens of Southwest. We are transforming into an advanced community healthcare system, and we're proud to provide higher acuity care and centers of excellence. Offer graduate medical education and fellowships, have endowed chairs, conduct research and participate in national clinical trials, and partner with other healthcare market leaders like Hospital for Special Surgery and Compass and ProScan. Join our mission to live a longer, healthier, happier life. We're committed to care and believe there's always more at NCH for you and for every person. In addition to that, in their wonderful Center for Philanthropy, they say they're asking for donations to help provide the care. 48% of our gifts are under $2,500. Please consider giving care to improve patient care and save lives. Here they want to knock out 45,000 people. And I just want to clarify, Medicare Advantage plan, the reason people select Florida Blue is so that when they go north, they can use it, because that can be used in every single state in the country. So that is a huge significance. As I said, I'm actually not on Florida Blue Medicare Advantage plan, but what I feel is NCH is really taking to task and saying all of these things when they're a nonprofit hospital, nonprofit community hospital, and they're going to be eliminating all of these people. And they have said in their video and in their stand with NCH on that webpage, they have all these things that said you will have to pay out of network if you come to our hospital.
Thank you, Diane.
Your next speaker is H. Michael Mogill. He'll be followed on Zoom by Eva Front.
Did you want to comment?
Yeah, I do. And I don't want to preempt any comments that you have, but I think we're all in agreement here that we want to bring the right folks together so we can have this discussion. I appreciate, Diane, your passion and things that you've said that have merit, but I can tell you NCH has done a lot of amazing things in this community. So before we bash them, we need to work with them. I mean, we're going to gain nothing by saying NCH is horrible. They've printed all this stuff in the paper. Trust me, you think Florida Blue is without any kind of critique? You think there's some kind of amazing charitable company run by the Vatican? So let's make sure that, and even that, they're not squeaky clean. But I think this panel doesn't have the authority to just say yes or no and fix this, but what we do have is the airspeed to bring the right folks together and say, look, we're very concerned as a community here. We don't have 10 hospitals in Collier County. So, you sit here and so you got either, and you're right, sir, I did work at Physicians Regional. One of the things that Physicians Regional doesn't have is some of the specialties that NCH has and vice versa. So there's even less choice in this county if you need something serious. The reason a lot of people get sent to Miami isn't because they wouldn't pay enough here and the hospital didn't look at the procedure as a cash cow. The reason a lot of people get transferred is we don't have certain specialties here and you have to go to Miami or you have to go to Jacksonville. But having said that, we gain nothing here by bashing a community hospital here that has saved a lot of lives and has done some amazing things. In this particular case here, they're having an argument with an insurance company, and there's probably blame on both sides. But make no mistake, NCH isn't cheering that they may not be able to take Florida Blue or Blue Cross and Blue Shield anymore. They want to be able to do that. I don't know that we have every single little fact here, but I think we have the ability to have a much more formal discussion as we do, and we have big things that affect the community and bring in the experts here like Paul Hiltz, like Matt Holliday, who we work with on a regular basis, and even the folks from Physician Regional. I'd like to get their perspective as well. So I don't know how we wind up going about setting that up, but we're just getting a lot of data here that does have merit, but it's not going to solve anything this afternoon. But I'll end it just by saying NCH does a lot of really good things for our community, and if we need to get their attention on this one a little bit stronger, then I know I can speak for all 5 people up here. Then we will do just that. So we can separate rumor from fact. But go ahead, sir. I yield my time, the remainder of my time, to you, which is 3 minutes.
Say 30 minutes, but that's
now,
okay.
when you waived the remainder of your time, were you talking about for the entirety of the meeting?
See ya.
Perfect. Perfect. Get the record clear.
Are you going to give us a weather report, Mike?
Later,
Oh, okay. Okay.
when they talk about the beach erosion and sand.
Gotcha.
I'm a certified consulting meteorologist, since you brought it up, and I do a lot of work with lawyers and insurance companies dealing with weather matters. So I'm going to sound a little bit like an attorney now, so please bear with me. I'm a card-carrying Florida Blue member. I've also done most of my medical care that needs hospital attention at NCH. And I concur with you, Commissioner LaCastro, neither side is without fault. I have many issues with Blue Cross that I'm going to send to Washington to get them fixed. One of the issues, I'm just going to throw this out here, information. They will pay a claim by a billing office for a certain procedure or whatever it is. The doctor's name is down there. I don't know who the doctor is. They've paid it. I have no way of finding out if it's a legitimate claim or not. That's the Blue Cross side of it. But the other part of the issue is, at least in the federal program from FE Blue, there is an open season starting next month on November 5th or November 12th. That's a real window, because if this goes into effect, there are going to be people that are going to make changes in their insurance coverage based on open season. And I don't know if FEP Blue has, Florida Blue has an open season in here, whether Humana, other people do. This says that if this isn't resolved during the open season, people will either make bad decisions and be stuck with it for a year, or people will not make a decision thinking things will be okay, and then they're not okay. So what I'm going to suggest, and I think the people that have spoken before me and some of you have said, is we may not be the best group to decide upon a solution. But I think that this might call for some type of court action that says, let's have an injunction on the negotiations, let's keep them going, and not throw people to the wolves as we go to an open season that may compromise decision-making. So I don't know how best to do that. I don't know if the county should do it as part of a, quote, medical emergency, if we should be doing it, to the 4 of us that are here. But the point is that if we make a decision on the 1st of October, a month and a couple of weeks later, we're going to be stuck with that. And so I think it would make sense to say the negotiations need to keep going at least through open season. So that's my suggestion. And I can provide testimony of plus or minuses of FEP Blue or not FEP Blue, of Blue Cross Blue Shield, Florida Blue, or NIH, and CH, I'm sorry, not NIH. That's a different issue. But anyway, I think that we need to have like a cooling off period to get this done. So that's my suggestion. I offer it to the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, our final speaker is not on this issue. Did you want to have a discussion before I called that speaker? Okay. Your final registered speaker for public comment is Eva Front. Eva, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that, I see that you have. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm speaking today to request your support in reinstating remote participation options for Collier County residents in Domestic Animal Services Advisory Board meetings. Until recently, these meetings were accessible to the public via Zoom or Collier television. DAS is a vital community service, and all residents have a stake in its operations. The advisory board meetings provide valuable insights into recent progress, changes, and politics making them an important resource for the community. Collier County is a home to diverse population with residents at various stages of life. For many families, the evening hours when the advisory board meetings 6 to 9 p.m. are dedicated to family activities like sports, practices, homework, and dinners. The county has already made a significant investment in a community outreach position at DAS with a budget of nearly $100,000. This position is responsible for promoting programs and services through social media. I suggest that this individual could, at no additional cost to taxpayers, live stream the DAS meetings on platforms like YouTube, Facebook, or X. By reinstating remote participation options, we can ensure that all residents, regardless of their schedules or circumstances, have the opportunity to stay informed about the important work of the Domestic Animal Services Advisory Board. And thank you.
And that's our final registered speaker for item 7.
All right, County Manager.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 9, the advertised public hearings. I guess before we get started here, let's check on what your thoughts are. We have 3 companion items. This is JLM that we'd be starting with here. However, we are up against, if you want, we still have a full agenda here for the rest of the afternoon, so probably want to make a decision on how far you want to go into the land use, or if you want to take a regular agenda item and then lunch and then pick up land use. At your pleasure.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, let's, my suggestion is before we jump into the land use items and such, let's have a discussion about what we were just talking about and bring some action of finality to the circumstances with Florida Blue and NCH. I'm not certainly well versed enough to have a discussion right now without all of the parties. I totally agree, and I know that there is an eminent time frame coming in here with regard to these negotiations, but I really think we minimally should schedule have a hearing on this with all of the parties that are impacted. So someone from NCH minimally, as well as a report from our EMS as to what's transpiring with regard to transport, as well as Physicians Regional, and actually have a hearing on it. We can't whip up a hearing in 4 hours today, but minimally set it for our first meeting in October just to hear what's going on. And the question I had was maybe for Commissioner Saunders and or the county attorney, and that was a suggestion of some kind of an injunction to force the continued discussion of the negotiations. Is that something that we're authorized to do?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think we can, but I can come back at the next meeting.
Commissioner Saunders.
I think, first of all, I think, there's a drop dead date of 6 days from now, so there's nothing that can happen that we can do in the next 6 days. But I got a couple thoughts, and they may be crazy. First of all, I do want the manager to kind of let us know what the potential impact is here. But I'm wondering if we have the chairman or someone else from the board, but someone from this commission to meet with Paul Hiltz and see if there's a way to at least get a 30-day extension on the current reimbursements for NCH so that the negotiations can continue. That may be something that NCH may be willing to do. That may be something that Florida Blue might be interested in hearing. A 30 or 60-day extension so that we don't have a 6-day drop dead date here, and then give us a little bit of leeway.
I don't understand the extent. I don't understand the open season. But if we could get I'd be willing to talk to him. I mean, I understand in this deal there is definitely 2 sides to this story. There's an insurance side and there's a provider side. So this is the first I've heard of it. So my brain is spinning. If you can do it really briefly, Mike, come up.
While he's coming up to the microphone, I think that in terms of what I'm suggesting is if you could have that, I think you've spent your lifetime negotiating, and maybe Paul Hiltz would be willing to understand the problem, especially if we hear something from the manager in terms of what that's going to be, what the impact's going to be on our operations. And again, I don't know anything about their contract. I don't know anything about this dispute. First thing I heard about it was last Friday. But reasonable people can sometimes sit down and at least work out a time frame for us.
Yes.
But that's my.
No, it's a good thought.
Very quick.
Okay, open season.
So when you sign up for, at least on the federal level I'm talking about, I don't know about Florida Blue in Florida, you have a 6-week period where you can change insurance providers. So I have FEP Blue now as a retired federal employee. I can stick with FEP Blue for the next year and do nothing. Or if I say, gee, I'd really rather go to Humana. So I have 6 weeks to physically change my enrollment so that now for the next year I'm in Humana. If I don't do that, I can't change in the middle of the year. I can't decide I don't like FEP Blue anymore and I want to go to Humana or one of the plan. That's the thing. There are other open seasons out there. You'll see them advertising all over the place and on TV, even Humana and others. That's the open season. You can make your changes. That's it.
This opens up November the 5th.
I think it's November 5th or 12th. It's the beginning of November.
Okay. Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I definitely would like to have somebody at least represent us to have a conversation about this with all sides, because I think the EMS thing is going to be crucial, because we don't want to have individuals, using our services, or we're providing services to people, and we're, and our typical policy is, take them to the closest available facility that can facilitate their particular illness or injury, and them arguing with our staff that I can't go there, I have Blue Cross Blue Shield, and this is it's just not a good thing either way you look at it. But I guess I'm going to ask the obvious question in the room. I just heard about this on Friday too. Not like a lot of news or anything covering it, but the obvious question is there other health providers in the state of Florida that are in the same position as NCH? Do we know that?
There
You
are.
would think that would be a story on the news.
Lee Health is also in there.
So there is some other. I just was curious because I've seen nothing on the news, and you think when it comes to healthcare, it's very passionate, especially in Southwest Florida with our elderly population.
A couple folks might be able to answer that. It sounds like, or looks like.
Well, they're both fighting for the podium.
Thank you. So in my conversation with the people at Blue Cross Blue Shield, there are a few areas, Lee County is having the discussion too, that will create a catastrophe if Lee County and Collier County are both locked out of Blue Cross Blue Shield. I just can't imagine where we'll be. And Commissioner LaCastro, I'm not here to rag NCH. I actually went to the community meeting last Wednesday, and that's when Bert Saunders approached me on Friday at the Hilton Hotel and said, what is going on? I went to that meeting on Wednesday. Usually you don't get to this point. A hospital does not come out and tell you that they're having a severe problem with contract negotiations to call your elected officials and call the number on the back of your insurance card. So I know that they got to a critical point when they had that meeting. What I thought was interesting was that they told NBC2, who did the story, we've drawn a line in the sand and we're not budging. Now, I've spent 35 years of my life negotiating, and negotiations are always a little give and take. And when somebody says I draw a line in the sand, that's why I reached out to commissioners, all the elected officials, because I knew that we're getting ready to have a huge problem. And I am very concerned how this will affect EMS.
And what I'd just like to add is that in 2022, Millennium Physicians Group, which is a very large group in Collier and Lee County, they actually suspended 2 different Florida Blue accounts. They got rid of Medicare Advantage, Florida Blue PPO, and an HMO for regular people. And so that had an effect. and people had to make changes. It wasn't communicated well by Millennium or by Florida Blue, but it was impacting them at the last of the year for January 1st. So my whole thing about this is if we could get that extension, because all the Medicare people that are on Medicare Advantage plan with Florida Blue, when they come back in January, if they're out of network for NCH, and let's face it, NCH, at least 50% of their patients are Medicare. That's going to be a very rude awakening. Those people aren't even here. They have no idea that that's happening. And that's a lot of people. Thank you.
Thanks.
One thing I will tell you that I do know is if you're out of network and you walk into an emergency room, they still have to see you.
Oh, right. They have to see you. But I just want to, can I just say one thing? I had that 5 days at NCH. And do you know, on my second day, I was getting text messages that my insurance, which happens to be Aetna, not Florida Blue, that they still hadn't approved me to be in the hospital, and I needed to contact the doctor. Here I am in there, and anyway, I'm just saying that, yes, they'll see you in an emergency, and they'll put you in the hospital if you need to be, but people are always looking for the money.
And if you're out of network, Commissioner LaCastro, they're going to charge you full price. So when I went to the emergency room last year, for 6 hours, they billed Blue Cross Blue Shield $24,000. The share of mine was about $6,000. So are you saying to me that I'm supposed to go there and pay the out-of-network fee of $24,000? Because that just sounds ridiculous. And it doesn't sound like something we'd be doing in Collier County to our veterans and our seniors. It just, something doesn't smell right here. And the fact that we're 6 days out and nobody knows what's going on, that's not anybody else's fault except the people that control everything. So they knew that they were in a battle with Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I agree, Blue Cross Blue Shield is not the hero in this, but we can be the hero if we can figure it out.
Mr. Saunders.
Yeah, and I hate to belabor this, but in terms of emergency care, 'cause I think it's important for the public to know, I happen to be one of the authors of some legislation a long time ago, and that requires Blue Cross Blue Shield or any insurance company to cover the normal cost of emergency care if you wind up in an out-of-network hospital. So if you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and that's out-of-network and you have an emergency, you're taking the NCH, you're going to be covered. But that's a special statute that deals with that. Beyond the emergency care, you're right. You're on the hook for that.
Right, and then EMS would have to come get you. And with 60,000 people in January, I just think it's going to be a disaster for all of us.
Commissioner Castro.
Maybe these will be the final comments, but I didn't just find out about this on Friday, so I talked to Mr. Hiltz, quite a bit even when he saw this coming. Here's the thing, Florida Blue, much like every other insurance company, it ends with the word company. These are companies. They're not, in the business of curing people because they're good Samaritans. They all have a different contract with different hospitals. NCH's argument from day one is that this insurance company is paying other hospitals at a higher rate than NCH is getting paid. When I asked Mr. Hiltz weeks ago, maybe even a month ago, why is that the case? And I don't want to speak for him. That's why I also want to and I don't want to summarize incorrectly, but the gist that I got from the person who's the CEO of NCH is he didn't feel that NCH maybe had done the best job keeping up with negotiations. And so while they were watching competitive hospitals have stronger contracts with the insurance company, NCH was sort of lagging behind, which happens at times. You feel like you're just getting enough, and then you talk to your counterpart up in Sarasota who's running a hospital up there, and I'm just making up examples, and you find out that the same insurance company is compensating the hospital at a much higher percentage. And in order to make our hospitals better. People always say NCH is a not-for-profit. Trust me, the only thing that's not-for-profit is a church, and even they're for-profit. There's no such thing. Like you said, the executive's making X number of dollars. When I was the COO of Physicians Regional, people actually thought because we were a for-profit hospital, if you went to NCH and had your appendix removed, it was $50. If you came to Physicians Regional, it was $50,000 because we were for-profit. Totally not true. It's all regulated by a very specific, set of criteria for cost. But I remember Mr. Hiltz telling me, and it was probably a month ago, that they were in a very deep negotiation because they felt like there was unfairness in what this insurance company County was paying other hospitals in the state of Florida for the exact same things. That's how this whole thing started. And I believe I traded a couple notes with him just recently when this was a couple of weeks out from the deadline date. And I believe NCH had requested to continue negotiating. And, he, in so many words, he basically said they don't want to they're done negotiating. So they're trying to, force the issue. Trust me, NCH doesn't want to put 40,000 people, without insurance in Collier County, and Florida Blue knows it. So I think they're trying to sort of maybe force the issue, or maybe both sides are trying to have sort of a stalemate. But that's the big issue. It's compensation.
Yeah, it's the reimbursement rate. And I feel like I'm watching two trucks on a one-lane road revving up at 100 miles an hour that are about to hit each other. And you know what the casualties are? The 45,000 citizens.
But I'd love to know from NCH why our hospital, is getting less of a reimbursement than hospitals of equal size, equal population. Nobody would have that answer in here. We could surmise it and guess at it, but I think getting the facts is what we need. But I believe that Mr. Hiltz was trying to continue negotiations and not have a drop in coverage, and it was Florida Blue that basically drew the line in the sand and said, here's the date, take it or leave it. So I don't know why that would be, but Mr. Hiltz is a pretty good negotiator as well, and I'm sure he doesn't want to see 45,000 people drop out of his network as well. But
and we don't want to see 60,000 of our people have to go find a new primary care doctor come October 1st, and then have to get referrals and networks when they've been diagnosed with serious illnesses like cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a life and death situation. We have to do something, even if it's outside of our purview. We have to try. And I'm begging you to do that. I've been here 35 years. I've given a lot of my time to this county and the community, and I really love this place, and I need your help on this.
Thank you, Scott. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, let's bring this to a head. I would suggest Commissioner Saunders. You want him to be the.
Well, he's got a relationship with Paul already.
Well, we all do, but I mean, Commissioner LaCastro probably knows the most about all this internal workings and hidden mechanisms, and I would suggest that if the county attorney finds out that an injunction can be utilized to continue negotiations, that we allow Commissioner LaCastro to initiate that so that we can force the negotiations to be consummated and brought public. So I'd shift it from the chair to Commissioner LaCastro to be the board's liaison, and then we have we have a specific item at our first meeting in October. That's really as quickly as we can whip anything up, short of that injunction, unless we have an emergency meeting. I don't know how you all feel about that.
I will reach out to him immediately when we have a break here, and I will insist on a face-to-face meeting immediately as well, because this is a ticking time bomb, and I know Paul will say yes instantaneously. And I'm by no means a subject matter expert, but I might have just a couple more percentage bits of knowledge on the insurance, just from and also too, I'm hoping I can pull Physicians Regional, which sometimes isn't as sort of involved at times with certain things, into this discussion as well, because I mean we're trying to make sure that healthcare across Collier County, regardless of what hospital you go to, doesn't implode, or that one hospital isn't overwhelmed. Trust me, Physicians Regional isn't licking their chops hoping that NCH implodes, because they can't handle the volume, and so it's not a matter of that. But if that's the will of the board, I will reach out at our next break to Paul personally, and I will meet with him instantaneously, and then report back. And I can, even not the next meeting, I can send something through the county manager and just say, here's what he told me, here's what we're doing, and keep everybody abreast of what's going to happen in the next 6 days or not.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion. I think at our next meeting, the agenda item should be for just a discussion on options as opposed to listing anything. I don't want to be in a position of where we're making some commitment to do something that we, like an injunction, filing a lawsuit, those things. I don't know that we want to be in that position, but I do think we should have a discussion of our options and just leave it open.
Okay. I'm fine with that. You know, there again, it was just a suggestion I had just because of the 6-day fuse, and you know, and the impact, and then the impact on our EMS system at large. We have exposure if it starts flowing over into the utilization of our EMS system. So I'm fine.
Right.
Commissioners, you want to proceed with land use?
Let's see, we're going to try to shoot for a break 12:45. How many speakers do we have on the?
9A and 9B and 9F?
Yes.
0.
Okay, yeah, let's move forward.
All right. These are companion items, item 9A, 9B, and 9F. I'll read them into the record, and then we'll get you sworn in with the court reporter. 9A is a recommendation to amend Collier County Growth Management Plan to add the JLM Living East residential overlay to allow a maximum density of 305 multifamily dwelling units with affordable housing for a property within the rural fringe mixed-use district receiving lands. The subject property is located on the south side of Immokalee Road east of Woodcrest Drive in Section 25, Township 48, South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida, consisting of 37.2 plus minus acres. Item 9B is a recommendation to approve a rezoning of real property from Rural Agricultural A zoning district within the rural fringe mixed-use overlay receiving district and within the special treatment overlay for the project to be known as JLM Living East RPUD to allow construction of up to 305 multifamily dwelling units with affordable housing on property located on the south side of Immokalee Road east of Woodcrest Drive in Section 25, Township 48 South, Range 26 East, consisting of 37.2 plus minus acres. And finally, its final companion is formerly item 17A, now item 9F. This is a recommendation to approve petition VAC-PL 2023-0007642 to disclaim, renounce, and vacate the county and the public interest in the 10-foot wide public right-of-way easement over the westerly 10 feet of Tract A1 as described in Official Record Book 1476, page 242 of the Public Records of Collier County, Florida, located approximately 2,000 feet south of Immokalee Road and 1,000 feet west of Richard Street in Section 25, Township 48 South, Range 26 East, Collier County, Florida. This item does require all participants to stand to be sworn in by the court reporter. And before the applicant gets started, we need ex parte from the commissioners.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I'm going to say I have ex parte on all three.
I do as well. Commissioner Colwell?
Yes, I have on 9B, 9C, and 9F, all meetings.
Commissioner Saunders?
I have the same. I have meetings on all three of those.
And we'll catch Commissioner LaCastro when he returns.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the applicant, which is JLM Living LLC. Dan Dykert is with me today from JLM. Mr. Arnold is our professional planner. Mike Dellett is our civil engineer. Jim Banks is our traffic consultant, and Marco Espinar is our environmental consultant. I'm going to do, if it's okay, an abbreviated presentation for this matter, since there are no public speakers, but I do want to cover the basics. The property is located on Immokalee Road. It's just east of Woodcrest Drive, which you can see, which is right over here. And Woodcrest extends all the way down to Vanderbilt Beach Road. So there's an opportunity to avoid the intersection of Immokalee Road and Collier Boulevard when leaving this project. The acreage is 37.2 acres. I hope it wasn't me.
He's not a resident.
The future land use designation, we're within the rural fringe mixed use district. And what we're proposing is a growth management plan amendment which I know at some points can be a dirty word, but the only reason we're doing this growth management plan amendment is not for the density, because we already are consistent with the density under the current land development code density bonus system, but the county hasn't yet done its amendment to allow for people making 100% or less of the median income to get that density for rental projects. So the only reason we're doing this is because that amendment hasn't yet been made, but as you all are aware, the 30% set aside for income restrictions is for the 100% and below category, and as well as 80% and below category. And every rental project obviously has had that restriction recently. So we're doing this because we're just a little ahead of the county on getting the 100% and below rental incomes to qualify for the density bonus. So that's what we're doing, a small-scale growth management plan amendment. We're doing a rental project that's a little unique. We've shown you, and the Planning Commission liked the project and staff liked the project. You'll either have basically small single-family homes for rent, or you'll have duplexes for rent. So it's not your typical apartment complex that's 3 or 4 stories tall, which is consistent with the communities around us, which are both single-family and single-family with multifamily in them. That's the exact language that's in the code. For purposes of what's around us, you will see this is La Mirada over here. And what we've done is we've limited our, we have one-story residences next to La Mirada. And over here, I think maybe the next page is the better page. And over here is Vantana Point, and we have single-family one-story residences along there as well. So those were all in response to the communities next to us saying, please have lower one-story residents next to us. We've increased the buffers on both sides to address concerns from those two communities, and I think we've done a good job because they're not here. And at the NIM, there were some concerns, and we took care of those concerns.
Again.
So your Planning Commission recommended approval unanimously, and staff is recommending approval. It is a unique project. It's only 8.2 units per acre, which is probably one of the lowest densities you've seen for a multifamily project. And what we're also doing, since we're in the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District, is we are buying TDRs to get to the base of 1 unit per acre. So we're complying with the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District by buying TDRs, and we're complying with the county's mandate basically to provide 30% income restricted units for any bonus above the 1 unit per acre in the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. And the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District was recently amended to allow up to 12.2 units per acre. Under the density bonus program that's in your LDC, we could get to 8.5 units per acre for what we're providing. We're at 8.2. So with all that, we're consistent with the LDC, we're consistent with the GMP, and we've had unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, and we have staff support. That was a lot. I probably spoke too fast, Terry. I'm sorry. And with that, the whole team is here available to answer any questions.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, let's start at the bottom or on the south end. Do you have a written access agreement on Sundance?
Sundance is a public road, so it's already in place. It's platted. So Sundance is there. We have an emergency access on Sundance, and what we're vacating is basically a driveway that was serving the 2 parcels that are adjacent to Sundance.
Yeah, the driveway came up into your piece, but I was just talking about the access.
Right here.
Out on the south side of Ventana. It was my understanding that was owned by them.
Nope. Sundance is public from us all the way over to Richards.
Okay. Somebody checking on that, Trinity? Because that was my it was a concern, and if it is a private road.
It was public as we were initially going to try to vacate that as well. But the people to the south, which is Calusa Pines, were opposed to that. So it's public dedicated easement. So, yes, we have access all the way over to Richards.
Okay. Number two, when we met yesterday, you talked about the potential utilization of the school site as a off-hours egress for your subdivision alone. I would like to, I want some kind of a provision, assuming if this approval goes forward, I want a written proposition to the school as to what you will do to garner that access, as to how much you'll pay and how you'll regulate it and maintain it. You made mention yesterday multiple things, but my understanding and communication with the school was no actual offer was ever made.
I'll have to follow up, but I'm pretty sure I sent an email explaining what we would propose to do, and we're happy to give them another.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just sharing with you that it was represented to me that no actual offer was made. If you do this, we'll do that, and vice versa. And I want that to be a portion somehow, because one of the holdbacks that I have on the development is the ingress and egress. It all dumps out onto Immokalee Road, and then it forces U-turns. And I think there are 3 U-turns that are availed to these folks before, in order to be able to get out and go back to the west. So certainly having access to that traffic light would be a huge benefit if it can be done in cooperation with the school.
We are happy to put another offer in writing to them and hopefully have some discussions that are fruitful.
Okay. Is there any way we can tie that in?
Well, we're happy to, you can direct us to make that offer.
Okay.
Obviously, I can't be beholden to whatever they demand, but we're very interested in getting that access. So we've been trying to have discussions as we talk to you about.
Okay.
Is on the traffic count, is there any hard numbers, what we're going to add, or?
Yes. There is a, Wayne, do you have that number handy? Yeah, the trip cap. Just tell me the number. I'll get you the number here in a second. It's 314 two-way peak hour trips, which the road obviously can accommodate. I know it's a busy road, but it does not degrade the level of service.
Any other comments? I'll make a motion to approve all 3 of them, and with the understanding that you'll make the offer to the neighbors for the traffic light.
Yep. I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Saunders.
On the motion, just a quick comment. I'm still concerned about traffic on Immokalee Road, so I'm not going to support the motion. This is one of those projects that is a very nice-looking project. It's and it's in an area that is not all single-family, but the issue still is, for me, is the increased traffic on Immokalee Road, so I'm not going to support the motion.
Commissioner LaCastro.
Let me ask you this, Commissioner Saunders. I mean, anything that gets built is going to increase traffic. A 7-Eleven gets built, it increases traffic. Is there anything you think the developer could do that would make you feel a little bit better about the flow? Or, I mean, because, this piece of property is not going to turn into a dog park. It's going to be something that's going to increase traffic. So, we have a developer here that's at the, final stage, before we, and this might be apples and chairs, not apples and oranges, but one of the things you said at a previous meeting when we voted on an apartment complex, and you said, I kind of hate it the least because you could get a charter school that comes in there, and we're all worried about traffic, and then all of a sudden something worse comes in. So before we, vote 4-1 and it moves forward, I'm not as concerned about the vote. I'm more concerned, as we all are, about making this as good as humanly possible. This is your district. Is there something that you asked them to do that they refused, or something with the design, or regardless, you just don't like this project?
There's nothing that I asked them to do, and I think the condition that Commissioner Hall has talked about in terms of at least attempting another offer for the access. But my concern is we are taking basically residential property and we're changing the comprehensive plan, and I had objected to that. So that's my problem with it.
Okay.
Commissioner McDaniel?
Yes, and I'm really happy that you incorporated the written request to the school for that access, 'cause that's key to success for any kind of flow. And the comment that I'm going to make, because I can count, we're getting ready to go here, but it is imperative, because I had a discussion with Mr. Bosey yesterday. We're behind on what we need to be doing with the rural fringe mixed use district. I've asked for quite some time for the matrix with regard to the TDR generation in relationship to the TDR consumption and the necessities for those, the development criterion within the receiving areas of the rural fringe mixed use district have been known to be onerous and prohibitive for any developer to come forward, acquire the TDRs and still meet the development criterion. And so my ask is here publicly that we ramp this up, County Manager, so that I also know we lost 3 planners within the last 30 days. Mr. Bosey's spinning in circles, and so we need to hire a contractor. We need to hire contract consultants to ramp up this effort, because again we're starting the GMP amendment for Golden Gate Estates rural east of 951 and moving that through that east of 951 Horizon Study Committee. Ultimately, those GMP amendments are going to come back to this board as well. So I think it's imperative that we ignite the relook at the RF MUD. So I'm done. We can vote.
I need to correct something I said. The number of trips is not 314, it's 295. Not that it makes a big difference, but it's less than the number I had originally said.
All right. We have a motion and a second to move this forward with the change that we're going to get an offer in writing for the red light use.
Yes.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
4-1, so moved.
That was for all 3, correct?
Correct.
Yes, that was for all 3 items.
Thank you.
That brings us to 9C. This is a recommendation to approve a resolution of the Board of Zoning Appeals of Collier County, Florida, providing for the establishment of a conditional use to allow a communications tower on lands zoned estates within the rural Golden Gate Estates sub-element of the Golden Gate Area Master Plan element of the Collier County Growth Management Plan pursuant to Section 2.03.01B1 C12 and sections 5.05.09E1 and 5.0509H of the Collier County Land Development Code on plus or minus 0.39 acres of a plus 5.5 acre tract located at 3147 31st Avenue Northeast at the northeast corner of the intersection of Northeast 31st Avenue and Everglades Boulevard North in Section 20, Township 48 South, Range 28 East, Collier County, Florida. County Attorney, do we need to swear in the participants for this item?
Yes.
All right, all of the participants, please stand to be sworn in by the court reporter.
I do.
And before we get started, again, ex parte from the commissioners, please.
Commissioner Kowal.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what item are we on now?
9C.
Good notes on this.
Okay,
Yes.
you're not negotiating with Paul Hiltz at NCH. I'm done.
Nine
Kidding.
C meetings. Sorry about that.
Mr. Saunders.
I don't believe I had any ex parte, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, I have no ex parte, Commissioner LaCastro.
I don't either, no.
Mr. McDaniel.
Oh, I have a whole bunch of ex parte with a whole pile of them yesterday when I was over at Great Wolf Lodge. But I do emails and phone calls with regard to this.
Great.
Very good. We'll begin with the applicant.
Good morning, or good afternoon, my apologies. I'm Matt Tenaya John, 935 Main Street, Suite C4, Safety Harbor, Florida 34695. I have taken an oath. I also have with me Bill Compton with Verizon Wireless, Byron Ellis with Elkins with T-Mobile, and George Berceau with AT&T should you have any questions as to the RF need for this site. I also have a property appraiser, David Talby, and all of my witnesses have taken oaths. I come before you today with staff and Planning Commission recommendations of approval for the construction of a 180-foot tall monopine-style communication tower upon parcel 401711200002. And the parent parcel is cleared land with a single-family house. As I go into my maps today, all maps that I show you up will be north unless I state otherwise. So first I'm showing you an aerial from your property appraiser, and you can see Oil Well Road as the yellow line that cuts east and west through the middle of this. Of course, we have the rural estates showing you can see the fairgrounds up in the northwest corner. And Immokalee Road comes down from the northwest corner and curves around. Off to the east is agricultural lands that'll become the town of Big Cypress, just to help orient us. This project is where the yellow arrow is, and it's a parcel that has frontage along Everglades Boulevard. Everglades Boulevard is the white line that you see heading north and south immediately to the west or left of my arrow. So as we proceed closer and you can get a better view of what's going on here, of course you can see Oil Well Road cutting east and west. You can see the Starwood PUD or the Hyde Park Rural Land Stewardship Agreement, I believe is what the underlying name is, but it's developed as Starwood. And you can see Everglades Boulevard running north and south. The yellow parcel is the parent parcel. To the north are ranchettes, and I was asked during Planning Commission, what do I mean by ranchettes? I mean houses that are on a bit of land, enough land where you could have an outbuilding. So a couple of acres is, in my experience, what a ranchette is. Then we have 33rd Avenue Northeast, and then Oil Well Road. Then we have rural estates proceeding north of Oil Well Road. To the south is 31st Avenue Northeast, so that's immediately south of us. Then you have residential lots, more of the ranchette lots in the estates as you proceed south. To the east are more of those ranchette lots in the estates as you proceed off east towards a canal at the end of our road a mile away. To the west is a house owned by the landlord. You'll see that on a closer view. And then you have Everglades Boulevard, and the other side of that is more ranchette lots. This property qualifies for an essential, and I've applied my yellow arrow, and this is just a closer view to give orientation again. And again, the yellow parcel is the parent parcel. You can see the house owned by the landlord. He has family residing there, is my understanding. And then you have Everglades Boulevard. This property qualifies for the essential service of a communication tower under your land development code because it does have frontage along Everglades Boulevard. And that is where your code directs communication towers in the estates. Without going too deep into history of the code, and I'm and I apologize if I'm retreading ground that you've been over before. Once upon a time, the estates were not open for communication towers. When you did open them up a couple years back, you added a provision that directed communication towers to be located near major roads, such as Everglades Boulevard. All right, and this is just your county GIS showing that we are estates zoned. And then showing that, and this is your county this is your county future land use map showing the parent parcel has a future land use category of estates. Communication towers are an allowable use via the conditional use process in the estates when the parent parcel has frontage on roads like Everglades Boulevard. We are not asking for any, Bridger is not asking for any relief or variances from your land development code. All right, I'm showing you sheet Z3 from the plans on file. And the monopine provides the code required 50% tower height separations from estate zoned land in all directions. Specifically, as you move to the north, the east, and the south and the west, you actually exceed the code required. So to the north, it provides 1.6 times tower height. To the east, it provides 2.1 times tower height. To the south, you have 177 feet. And to the south, we have, and then to the west for 5.3 times tower height. And that's the code I apologize. That is multiples of the 50% tower height separation. So my apologies, I normally take lunch at 11 a.m. So the numbers that you are seeing here are multiples of the code required separation. But further, and this is what I was rushing into as the next set of numbers I'm going to be showing you. The monopine exceeds the spirit of your land development code by providing 100% tower height separation, or your non-camouflage tower height distance, to the nearest residential structures. So to the north, we have 1.4 times tower height. To the east, 1.2 times tower height. To the south, 2 times tower height. And to the west, we have 1.19 times tower height. That's to the house that's on the parent parcel. If I were to measure to the nearest house that's off the parent parcel, that'd be a much larger distance. The closest house to this project is actually the house on the parent parcel owned by our landlord and occupied by his family. The monopine Further, the monopine style communication tower, I'll go into what that term of art means in a moment, meets the land development code's required lot setbacks for estate zone land. This will be designed to the latest Florida building code and have a 130-foot fall zone radius. A fall zone radius means that there's a pre-engineered crimp point where the monopine will fold over upon itself if it were to fail. Your Planning Commission asked me to provide something more than just my description of what that looks like. So I did provide, one moment, an example. So this is an older tower that had been damaged by Hurricane Michael, and you can see that the damage from the hurricane is pretty extensive to the area around it, the trees and whatnot. But that tower in that picture is all in one piece. It just folded over upon itself, and that's what they're designed to do. All right. So as you can see, the monopine is centered on the eastern side of the parent parcel. It is this circle that is within the white square, which is the equipment compound, and then the gray border around that is the code-required landscape buffer. The code-required 8-foot-tall masonry wall or fence will be provided. This is just sheet Z4 showing that the monopine is designed to co-locate. Your code encourages that towers are shared or co-located in order to prevent the proliferation of towers. So you don't end up with stuff like what they have in Atlanta where you would have clusters of towers. You might see the, my memory of that is going along the Buford Highway in Atlanta, and you have several of them on the same parcel. In this case, you just have one tower. There is adequate space at the bottom for sharing, and of course this will be co-located by Verizon as the anchor tenant up top, along with AT&T and T-Mobile. I'm showing you sheet Z5. This is just the elevation of the monopine. And a monopine is a type of tower where it is designed with a single support pole with no guy wires or ironworks extending out from it, but it has a vegetated canopy that's on it, a foliated canopy. That covers the top portion, and then the antennas are nestled within that canopy inside vegetated socks. The vegetation is renewed on an as-needed basis, basically on a cycle, usually about 10 years. And one of the proposed conditions of approval gives your county staff the ability to enforce that. The additional arrows the red arrow that I'm showing is Verizon's co-location. The additional arrows you see below are AT&T, which is blue, and T-Mobile, which is purple. And then you have a teal or green one, and that is an available co-location, which will be made available at market rates.
I may be jumping the gun, but you've done a great job of showing us where this is and what it looks like. But what is the public benefit? You know, what's the range it's going to extend services, and where are we going to get from there? And I may be jumping the gun, and I apologize if I do, but I'm hungry too.
Oh, understood. I will go straight to that. So going into Verizon's RF need, I'm going to just go over Verizon and then T-Mobile and AT&T. Basically, Verizon's currently trying to serve the area around Oil Well and Everglades from towers that are 3.3 miles to 9 miles away, and the signal just can't reach to provide a reliable signal. When I say reliable signal, that means you can pick it up and you can call, you can have your connection to the outside world. So anyways, you can see Verizon's indoor coverage shown here, and that's green, and then Verizon's red unreliable coverage, which means you might be able to walk outside and get signal. You might be able to get some type of garbly signal, but if you want it to connect and for sure work, it needs to be green. So anyways, the blue is the proposed tower, and then you can see other spots around here, other black markers. I should be using my mouse instead, and those are existing Verizon towers. And basically Verizon is co-located on all the towers in the area. They're getting ready to bring online a new tower at the yellow dot, and that's Golden Gate Boat. I've provided, and now I'm providing the proposed coverage. You can see that, and this also shows Golden Gate Boat because that was recently approved, and we had a question from staff, won't Golden Gate Boat take care of that? As you can see, Golden Gate Boat can't reach that far. But the Verizon signal will improve, will be reliable along Oil Well Road, along Everglades Boulevard, but most importantly, it'll be reliable into the estates. So as you can see, it starts to cover that area. AT&T, they've been in part of this project since 2023. They were not the original anchor tenant, but they joined. Their ideal location would be smack in the middle of the intersection of Oil Well Road and Everglades Boulevard, and have the tallest tower they can have to provide as much coverage as they can. This is pretty close. So anyways, AT&T's maps, they provide basically three levels of color in their maps, and red is you have questionable service even outdoors. So last when I came before the Planning Commission, I made an allusion to the fact that parts of this area have shown up on the news as a dead zone. AT&T is struggling with service here. All the carriers are struggling to provide service here. So red is just that. That's where even outside you may not be able to connect. Yellow, you can probably connect outside. You can't really connect indoors. And then green is good everywhere. And on the left-hand side is, of course, the triangle shape that you see that has no color on it is the proposed tower. On the right-hand side, the black marker with the triangles is the proposed tower. So you can see before and after. If you have questions about this, I do have Mr. Bristow available. And then finally, T-Mobile. Their colors go from blue, which is your phone might say there's a bar out there, but it can't work, to green, reliable. So just more colors, but same theme. And then if you don't have any color at all, it's not picking up signal. So you can see how bad T-Mobile's situation is. And of course, you know, they're committed to trying to provide service out here. And you can see after. Again, I have Byron Elkins available. And this shows them at 125 feet, so further down on the support pole. Of course, this will provide the code required generator because you do treat this as essential services. These facilities must operate even in hurricane conditions and bad conditions where power is out, and this will provide that. This will be completely dark at night, and I do have my Collier County mosquito control approval. So, thank you. I and my witnesses are available for any questions that you may have. I do have more presentation, but I assume this hearing at this day has been getting long in the tooth already. So I will try not to take up any more of your time. Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, number one, these maps of coverage that you've shown for these three carriers, I would like to make sure that they get to my senior staff. I had a discussion yesterday, I think with Mr. Bosey and Mr. French. I want a map that shows all of the existing cell towers and the effective coverage areas that are provided by the location of these cell towers. Because in the adjustments that we made to our land development code, we proposed that government properties be moved up on the list as locations for potential cell towers to be installed so that we have better coverage. The issue that we've been running into, staff has been running into, is Verizon's got their coverage map and they show it to us and then they take it away because they say it's proprietary. You've just opened up a can of worms by showing these in a public format, so that I want these maps. I need these maps so that we can further develop our plan of cell coverage and capacity for our entire community. And it needs to be some kind of, there can't be a shroud over these coverage areas simply because of the necessary use of the cell tower or the cell phones today. I would venture a guess 90% of our residents don't have a landline at their home any longer. And so in order for us, because it has been deemed an essential service, in order for us to be able to develop that location map and see these holes in the coverage, we have to and utilize government properties first, if we can in fact utilize those. I would like these maps sent to my planning department as soon as possible.
This is Matt John, and yes, these maps will be forwarded after this hearing.
Good. And the second question I had, maybe this is for William with the Verizon, and that is there is another cell tower approved site at our wastewater water facility up on the north side of Orange Tree. If you could go to the map, I think it was one of the first maps that you showed that it was more regional. You were talking about Oil Well Road going through the middle of it.
Absolutely. So
not that one.
First map.
Mm-hmm. That right there. And if you look where it says Jack's Colt SA1B11. If I'm not mistaken, that cell tower is there is a proposed cell tower site there on the wastewater water facility. Will there be is there a need for another one there? And I think that may be a question for the person from Verizon.
Understood. And just to make sure that I understand, of course, and so that we are all on the same page here, of course, the black dot that says DeSoto and Oil Well is the proposed tower, and the commissioner is asking about, or Commissioner McDaniel is asking about Jack's Colt. And then, if I understand correctly, my mouse is pointing to the approximate location of the new county-approved tower on your water treatment plant.
Is that fairly close, Mr. Bosey?
It disappeared on me. My apologies. Just as I got there.
I thought it was on the bend on 39th Street, extension south coming down through Orange Blossom.
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. The Orange Tree PUD was modified to allow for a telecommunication tower to be developed at the public utilities site within Orange Tree. So that it's a site that's available. There's not a tower there, though, right?
I understand there's no tower there, but where is the, because when we did the PUD amendment, there was some discussion about potential variance requests or deviations because of the width and breadth and the necessity for the fall. Do you recall on that wastewater site where the cell tower?
It's anywhere. It can be anywhere within the utility site or within the park. It just needs to be the height of the tower has to be separated from any closest residential development.
Okay, so we haven't actually cited a location yet. Okay, so.
But just to make sure that I'm on the right page, because I do believe I held a.
If you put your cursor further to the east, just about down around by the S where it says SA1B11.
Okay.
In that square there is where it could be on our park as well. We amended the whole Orange Tree PUD, but your mouse
it keeps disappearing, and I apologize, Commissioner.
That's Troy's messing with it. That's what it is.
Troy's doing it.
Yeah. So
sorry, Troy.
That's the location.
All right. So I'm going to have Bill Compton come up and speak. So, Mr. Compton, please state your name and.
Let me show you this. You can use this with a big arrow instead of the cursor.
Thank you.
Technology.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm a little bit south of it, but it should be close. There.
That's approximately the location.
Thank you, Troy. All right. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. It's William Compton. Address is 7701 East Telecom Parkway, Tampa.
Hello, William.
Yeah. What is your position at Verizon?
I'm a senior network design engineer.
Okay. And are you familiar with the project called Palmetto Ridge 2? You may have it in your records as DeSoto and Oil Well.
DeSoto and Oil, yeah. Yes, I'm very familiar with it, yes.
All right. And how are you familiar with it?
I did the original search ring design on it. Originally, the search ring was further east when we couldn't build anything in the estate zoning, and then after the subsequent rezoning, we started looking further to the west.
All right. So specifically, Commissioner McDaniel is wanting your thoughts on a tower that would be located, or that is approved but not constructed, east of the marker called Jack's Colt. I'm going to stop at Jack's Colt.
That's fine. We're dealing with that whole piece of property is now allowed for a cell tower. Right. If you haven't heard.
News to me. Honestly, news to me.
First off, can you tell us what the marker Jack's Colt on this plan here, on this aerial means?
So Jax stands for Jacksonville. Colt stands for a cell on light truck. So that's a temporary cell site that we've set out there. There's a Collier County Emergency Operations backup center that's out there, and we set that up there. I believe it was earlier this year we finally turned it on, and it's the SAT-BH, means it's satellite backhaul. That's how we get the transport back and forth from our switch back to that site. So that's a temporary site. It's 74 feet tall. It's a guide structure that has concrete pilings that are down in the ground that we just tied to. So it's a temporary site. at the request of Collier County to get something out there for hurricane season. We're here.
Right. And so, given thank you for that description. That wasn't what I was asking. What I was asking was, is the location of the wastewater water treatment plant shortly, right about where Matt Tenaya has the cursor now, is that going to be an overlap of service if the proposed conditional use is granted?
No, it would not be an overlap. Just to do the distance there, you're probably talking 1.5 miles to 2 miles distance in between those two locations. And the big draw, if we built a site there to the north, which now that I know there's one, I'm going to go back to my office and create a search ring for that. The big draw on that site would be the two schools that are south of there. The high school was at Palmetto Ridge High School, and there's a middle school to the west that are huge traffic draws on our network right now. So if we built a site there, it would basically cover that area. We would still need something to the east to cover the residential to the east.
And just if you don't mind a brief explanation. I know the chairman's hungry, so I don't want to take an enormous amount of time, but this has to do with bandwidth and then density of population within the proximity of the tower.
Absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind giving a brief description with regard to that, because that area up there is considerably more densely populated than the rural portion over in Golden Gate Estates.
Understood. And also, I'd really wanted to answer your question about asking about a coverage map.
Yes.
In the early days of cellular technology, 1G and 2G technology, basically your phone, once you had a connection, you had a connection. That's all you needed. Basically, that's all you used the phone for. Now the phones use what a technology is called adaptive modulation. Adaptive modulation means basically that if I were 1 mile from you, about all you'd be able to see is maybe me flashing a light at you or sending up smoke signals. The closer I get, the more information we can share between each other. I can share a piece of paper with you. You can see me, my facial expressions. Cellular technology kind of works that same way. The closer you are to the cell site, the more information we can get back and forth between that and the user. So that's the reason why the cell technology is trying to get as close as we can to the users. Each one of these G's of technology you keep hearing about, it's trying to get the base stations, the cell sites closer to the users.
Okay. And so just so you know, one of the things that we really want to promote is the location of government-owned facilities for cell tower locations and as many booster facilities as can be accommodated on our Parks and Rec system. We have Parks and Recs throughout the community. And I understand it's not the discussion that we're here today for, but cell service is imperative simply because of it being deemed an essential service.
Absolutely. And schools, hospitals, those type of shopping centers, they show up on our traffic maps where we see actual usage from the users. So that's the places we want to be. Now, if your public lands are a landfill, that's not something where we're going to really want to serve. So just to be 100% transparent, that we're going to want to be where those locations are, where our customers are.
Gotcha. Okay.
Commissioner McDaniel, maybe I can help. Bill, cell towers, they only have so much, like a road, they only have so much capacity. The bucket of people they can serve is only so big. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if I am building a tower east or west, wherever I go, I have less or more the same size bucket. And I apologize if I'm grading you because I can only build the tower out to hold so much antennas and radios, correct?
Basically, yes.
Okay.
What happens
So-
is if those customers are very far away from the cell site, that bucket gets much, much smaller because of that adaptive modulation I spoke about before. So we not only is there a capacity, but it's also the capacity needs to be in the right place where the people are.
And that's what I was trying to get to. So if you're in an area that's very dense, like over by Jack's Colt, that bucket gets used up by the people right around the tower. But if you're in an area that's more spread out, that bucket, the contents of that bucket can go farther. Is that right?
Correct, at a limited amount of capacity, just because of the distance involved.
So there's no, to make it in my understanding, there's no real radius of coverage based or consistently based upon the radius around the tower. It's more about consumption within the proximity of the tower. So That's my thought process.
Absolutely, with the worst case scenario being all those customers being far away from the cell site, which is the situation we have in the area now.
Right. And, okay.
Public comment, Troy?
Yes, sir. We have 3 registered speakers for this item. Your first speaker is Garrett FX Byron. He'll be followed by Terry Jean Mary.
For the record, Garrett FX Byron, and I've done business with Matt and I, Jan, way back when he was Matthew Jan. That's 12 years ago. Long story short, for my son, a cellular tower, which they spent years actually getting the approval from the county, but didn't build the tower because it became obsolete before it actually got built. This is actually a great tower location. I was out there personally buying a Suzuki Samurai 4-wheel drive from a buddy of mine that lives very close to that red zone. My phone didn't work at all. And he said, well, guess what? We're way out there. You know, you're in that. And everything that has been said is absolutely true. And I recommend approval of whatever Matt and I wants on this. And I'm pretty sure Mike Bosey will back me up. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Terry Jean Mary, be followed by Rosalind Cadet.
My name is Terry Jean Mary, and we live there. I have signal. We have no problem of signal being over there, whether we're in the house or on the yard. We do not need that tower there on our street. And access to the tower is not on the main road, it's on our dead-end street. And I also have some studies of real estate report of a tower being near a residential area. If you like guys named our commissioners, I'll pass some to you. I have 3 within the United States.
You can just give them to the court reporter if you want to.
There's 3 of them from the United States and 2 of them internationally, which is they told us they have no bearing on the house value and insurance. They have. I like to see their study because all this based on lie. That's not what those studies shows. I like for you guys to look at them and even look at the rest of that I didn't check, that I didn't bring here, because I would think this would be too much of for you guys to read, but there's 5 of them. Just check them out and see, and it'll show you their study being done. And we tired of the lies, and they even told us last time we were here, this cell phone produces more RF, which we're not allowed to be voting on. This cell phone produces more RF than the tower. How does it provide signal to the cell phone if the cell phone produces more RF than it? I'd like to have a response to that. And thank you.
Your next speaker and final speaker is Rosalind Cadet.
For the record, my name is Rosalind, and I wanted to touch on something. We were at the planning commissioners meeting, and they said that they could not make any decisions, like my husband was saying, based off of RF. So we're approaching this from a different angle. We can't determine if I tell you that it's going to cause health problems, you can't make your decision, your hands are tied. I get that. But as people that are sitting here that we voted for to represent us, there's other angles that we can approach it. As far as car accidents, I know earlier today we had some individuals that were talking about distractions and having a tower. There was other images at the planning commission that she showed and told us that you could see the tower from Immokalee Road, from all different places, and I feel like it would pose a distraction. And we also have, like my husband was saying, it's not on a main road. It's off of Everglades. It's on 31st. So the access, and even in the images that were shown, would be on 31st. And 31st is a dead end road. So you can't detour if they're doing construction. You can't detour if they need to do repairs. So that's an issue for us living on that street. We know that the Estates is an area that is prone to wildfires. There's a fire hazard being it's so close to residential areas, it's so close to homes. So if there's any issues with the electrical equipment, if a lightning strike, I know that there's lightning rods, but what if something malfunctions? We have homes within close proximity to that tower. When we think about the generators that she was mentioning earlier for fuel backup, they could cause potential risk as well. If there's a structural failure due to a storm, like a hurricane, she showed the picture where there was a collapse, but what if it's an intense hurricane and it just doesn't fold on itself? What if some of that debris hits a home that's right next to it? And when we talk about fire, we could talk about the vegetation within the property, but there's other homes that this individual is not going to be, these cell tower, these companies are not going to be maintaining. How are you going to control those things for fires in that area that's prone to fires that have homes right next to them? And for the ground stability and digging, we know that a lot of individuals, the majority of them are on well water. How does that impact our soil erosion, our water tables? Those are very important issues. And our wildlife, how they will be impacted with that structure. What if we have a lot of protective species that are out there, birds, they can run into it. It will increase traffic on that dead-end road. Like I mentioned before, the generator can cause noise pollution with people living there. There's a liability factor when it comes to insuring homes that are next to towers, and I've called insurance companies that it costs more to insure a home that's right next to a tower. So I have a number of concerns with it being in that location, and the proposed location that Mr. McDaniel stated is a better location because it's not right on a street that has homes.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
Here.
That's all our speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
This is Matt tonight, John. May I please have a copy of the letter that the second speaker provided, so that way I can give that to my property appraiser so he can see it.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about the access to the tower. I thought I read something in the write-up here that described that there wasn't going to be any access off of 31st.
So, this is Matt tonight, John. I'm going to go to that sheet. There are two access easements. One is off of Everglades. The proposed driveway is off of 31st. One moment. The legal standard under your land development code, and what I think you saw, was that the parcel has to have frontage on a major road like Everglades. So a condition was added that this parcel can never be parceled. It can never be subdivided so that it loses its frontage from Everglades Boulevard. So it always has to be continuous to Everglades.
So that prohibition is in this request that the subdivision cannot occur?
Correct.
Do you have any idea about the trip generation traffic-wise with regard to the maintenance of the tower?
Yes, so the rule of thumb is 1 trip per carrier per month, typically in a pickup truck-sized vehicle. That's actually an overstatement of the trip generation based on how it used to be back at the beginning of my career when these facilities were less automated. Now they're able to monitor them more remotely. And also your transportation department reviewed and found it to be exempt from trip generation as well because it was de minimis. So in other words, it produces less trips than if you built a house on that side of the property.
Oh, yeah, obviously. That's all I had, sir.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
if I may. So lightning strikes, these towers are designed, of course, with lightning rods and grounding rods, which basically means that they direct any lightning strikes into the ground. And they don't allow it to expand past the compound. That's just basic engineering. If you need to hear from Derek Dye with Bridger Tower Corporation, he can speak further on that. Generators, of course, you have a noise ordinance which requires dampening. But then, and this is something that I ended up discussing in great extent up in neighboring Lee County where there was a concern, the fact that you require a masonry wall or fence actually functions as an additional sound dampener over top the dampened generator that already meets code. Structural failure, you have a fall zone letter that is in the record, and of course when it comes to the building permit, review, the tower and the entire structure will be provided for review, the calculations, but they are designed to fold over like that. Ground stability, they perform a geotechnical analysis. We are outside of the municipal wellheads, and these do not affect groundwater. It's simply a concrete caisson that goes down, like what you would find underneath, say, a power pole or a traffic light. Wildlife, you have a National Environmental Policy Act study in your in the record showing that there is no impact, and of course we are on disturbed lands that were previously developed as agricultural operations. I think I hit all the main issues, except for property value. As far as insurance goes, Bridger carries general liability insurance. If you want, I can have Mr. Dye step up and speak to that, and then finally, I'm going to have David Talby come up and just speak to property values, if I may. Again, I know we're at 1 p.m. now, but just to address that.
David Talby, Lee Powerty Incorporated out of Tampa, and I have been sworn. I believe in your packet you have a copy of my study. And I've been studying this issue now, impacts, diminution value, whatever you want to call it, for about 25 years. I've studied it from Leon County up in Tallahassee all the way down here to Naples. I want to point, I know we're looking at time here. I want to point out I want to call your attention to 3 areas of my report that you might find interesting. Number one, just north of here at Point Sienna Elementary School, there's a cell tower. Just north of that tower, there's a community on Coach House Way. There's about 13 upscale houses in that development. I've been studying that for about 3 or 4 years now, and they are selling and reselling, and I've spoken to each of the realtors in there. That tower has had no impact whatsoever on those property values. There's no impact whatsoever. The second one I've looked at, I call it Lord's Way. It's east of Collier Boulevard. Florida Star's doing developments in there. Toll Brothers is now doing Seven Shores. You're probably familiar with that development, about 400 houses in there. It's in the shadow. These 3 developments are in the shadow of a 350-foot tall tower. It's a guy wire supported tower. It's been there for many, many years. I'm sure you're familiar with it. Toll Brothers has had no impact from that tower on the sales of their home lot packages. Milano Lakes, which is the apartments, there have been no impacts on the rents there, and now they're building another 394 units in there. I mean, you can practically reach the tower. And I've talked to the professionals with both these organizations, and this tower has had no impact on their sales. And it's a good example of a developer, willing to take the risk of developing a property within, close proximity to the tower, and you think it would have impacts on values. They would be concerned about that. The third thing I want to talk about is I have talked to every single property appraiser from Leon County all the way south to Naples, Collier County, all the way over to Polk, Orange, Seminole County. Not one property appraiser that I've talked to has ever made a reduction in a property assessment due to proximity to a cell tower, including 2 of your own that I've talked to, Bill Hawk and Darren Jones. Moreover, you can't find an example where a property owner has gone to a municipality to argue that their assessment has been reduced because of a tower. So I think that's pretty important information. You ask yourself, well, how can that be? Property appraisers like me, they deal with market data, and there's just no market data indicate that towers have impacts on surrounding residential values rural values or even commercial values.
Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. I got a couple little points here. Like the generator, I know we had concerns of talking about generator noise, things like that. I mean, the generator itself, more likely is not going to run unless there's a power outage and or during a test phase, like once in a while the test itself fires up. Is that pretty much?
It's Matt tonight, John, and that is correct.
Okay. The other one is, have you spoken to the sheriff's office or any other emergency services that, because we use of the MDUs, the mobile data units? Because if people aren't familiar, that I believe they're on the Verizon network. So like when they do anything, traffic investigations, traffic action reports, any type of traffic enforcement, it goes through their MDUs. And it's not like the Motorola like we've been discussing in the past. It actually uses the cell towers. Did you get any feedback on their coverage in that area, or is this going to benefit?
I know that public safety is looking for additional cellular service in that area. They've stated that publicly. Unfortunately, I don't have specific follow-up for this site today, but I do have official communication where they've said they have interest, and Mr. Bosey can confirm that.
And the third is, I realize this is very, very low trip count type of facilities can be built there. I mean, you said possibly three trips a month, which is probably less than that in reality. But I think during the construction phase, is there a possibility that there could be a temporary access from the Everglades side during the construction phase, and then that just eliminated after the fact once it's built and up and running?
Let me ask Mr. Dye. I do know that the construction itself is very similar to a house, but from the volume of construction traffic, so it's not like you're trying to build, some huge, it's not like you're trying to build a Walmart or something like that where there's loads of construction traffic.
But I would assume there's some sort of crane devices in that for setting portions of it, and that would tie up unloading, loading, and things of that nature. They're going to probably pull from the road or close proximity to the road for those items to be, set in place. I don't know exact how you build a tower, but I kind of in my mind I can see that certain times things will be delivered on long trucks and things like that. So I'm just spitballing if that would help the community a little bit, then they wouldn't have that traffic during the construction phase, tying up the intersection on their road. So.
Absolutely, and if I can just circle up with Mr. Dye real quick, I am 90% confident the answer is yes. I have Mr. Dye with me.
Just let him speak. You don't have to ask him questions.
Sure. Derek Dye on behalf of Bridger Tower Corp., 1951 East 400, Lecompton, Kansas. The question regarding the construction access, we do have an agreement with Mr. Moran to come in across the back of his parcel if that's necessary. The actual time of construction, typically for a cell tower like this, is no more than about 18 to 20 days of boots on the ground, minus the wall. The retaining wall is going to take a little bit of time, but 18 to 20 days over about a 90-day window is the actual time of construction.
Great.
And just to clarify, if I may, Matt and I, John, just to clarify, you said retaining wall. Did you mean compound wall?
Sure, the stone compound wall.
Thank you.
Sure.
So to answer Commissioner Kowal's question, there is a possibility to get a temporary entrance on Everglades during construction?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Great. Thank you. I don't have any problem. I mean, there's no perfect place to put a tower, and it's gonna bug some and it's gonna help some. And considering the conditional use that's before us, I have no problem with this. It's
they've got to be somewhere.
Yeah. It's looked like there wasn't. It looked like it was going to extend coverage for the people that live out there quite a bit from all three carriers. And according to the one guy, the other tower, if we do to put one out there at our government facility, that's a mile and a half out there. It would enhance the northern portion of more than that. So,
Got a better spot?
it's your district.
Yeah, I know.
Got a better spot?
No. I don't,
We're discussing now. Thank you.
you know, there again, there's no good place. There's no good place. We need them. We have to have them.
Getting beat up for not having them is actually what happens.
On top of all that. You want me to make the motion?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. And I'm going to make a motion for approval.
I'll second it.
Did you want to add a condition that construction will be off of Everglades?
Yeah, we can make that condition.
I'd be happy to do that.
So a motion to approve with the condition that the temporary,
Hang on a second.
Jamie Cook here, Director of Development Review. Development Review issues all the right-of-way permits on all the county roadways. Looking at the aerial of that property where they would be able to access off of Everglades Boulevard is right one where the road widens, but also would be on top of that northern neighbor. So that person would be subject to all of the construction noise, trucks, and everything else. It would actually probably be better to come off of 31st.
I guess my question is noise trump backed up traffic on a dead-end road?
The other thing that I'm certainly not their construction team, but their construction team may need to be making, if they were going to come in off of Everglades, make U-turns if they were coming from Oil Well, they would need to make a U-turn to get to that access point off of Everglades. That would also be a safety consideration for any trucks, heavy equipment coming through.
It's certainly easier for the construction to come in and out off of 31st. And if it's only a less than 30-day construction time, then that's not going to be as prohibitive as the U-turns coming in and off of Everglades.
Right, I agree.
Coming down and going. So I'll lift the restriction on the access off of Everglades.
all right, so we have a motion and a second to approve it as presented. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? So moved.
Thank you for your time today.
All right, it's 1:23. We're going to break for lunch, and let's be back at 2 o'clock.